Hello, everyone, and welcome back to The Other Castle.
We're back! I'm Andrea.
And my name is Tom.
And here on The Other Castle, we do the plot, lore, and more behind video games, which means we go through who made it, how they made it, why they made it, and then what actually happens in the game.
The entire freaking story itself. If this is your first time checking us out, you can go to our website, theothercastlepodcast.com.
That's theothercastlepodcast.com.
Over there, we've got links to our Instagram, Discord, our item shop, as well as our Patreon.
Our Patreon is very fun, and if you are at the $5 and up tier, we will give you a shout-out at the end of this. But it does start at $2 a month. We have a 7-day free trial because we do some cool shit over there, and we just want you guys to hear and see it.
Yeah, we have multiple shows. We got video, we've got audio, we've got all sorts of fun stuff over there.
Sometimes I just crash out.
Entirely.
I had a meltdown because I was supposed to be recording this much earlier, and then I caught COVID. In 2026, I caught COVID. Like, that's so embarrassing.
It's so crazy that you did, isn't it?
My voice was trash, but gave me a lot of time to play today's game. I'm so excited.
Oh, we played this game multiple times because it was just so much damn fun.
Well, you did.
Yeah.
But I want to thank our friends on our Discord. Our Discord is linked wherever you're listening to this because this was suggested by JCC, Tate Kalevra, Unga Bunga, and Rockin' Aaron Show.
Thank you so much for suggesting this. Honestly, we were going to play it anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, fully. And if you have a game you want us to cover, we do take requests through our Discord on the Game Suggestions channel.
Yes, we do. And this week's episode is Dispatch.
Yes!
Oh.
So Dispatch is an 8-episode game that started rolling out across PC and PlayStation 5 starting on October 22nd, 2025 with weekly releases. In January of 2026, the game came out across Switch and Switch 2, but fuck Xbox players, I guess. Dispatch is the first game to come out from the recently-ish founded Ad Hoc Studios. Ad Hoc Studios opened their doors in 2018 with 4 founding alumni from Telltale, Ubisoft, and Night School Studios.
Oh, we love Telltale on this show.
It is a poorly kept secret that we do have a lost episode where we talk about the history of Telltale.
Yeah.
I was so ripped, we could not put it out. And it wasn't just me, but I'll let you guys fill in the rest of that. But it is a disaster.
Yeah, it was.
These boys came together with interactive narrative games in mind, something that their previous projects like The Wolf Among Us and Oxenfree were very highly focused around. As a reminder, Telltale's first studio closure, and I'm gonna say first, was in 2018, lining up with our ad hoc squad joining forces to create their own studio. Dispatch is their only released title so far, but they have other projects currently in the works. In the early days of Dispatch development, the team had envisioned the game to feel like watching the news on TV. One of the writers described the concept of, what if The Office meets The Avengers? To this point, the original idea was to make the game live action, with production slated to begin in March of 2020.
Oh no, yeah, you're not doing anything live action in March of 2020.
Not to bring up COVID again.
Yeah.
But that's what happened. So if the date is hazy for our iPad kids in the audience, it is when the world shut down due to the pandemic. This was a major blow to the studio, but thankfully, they had another iron in the fire with their old friends at Telltale. Telltale came to Ad Hoc to discuss a partnership on The Wolf Among Us 2, a game that I earnestly believe is never coming out.
I don't think it is.
I hope I eat my words. I hope I'm so fucking wrong.
Yeah.
And I simply don't think I am.
Honestly, Wolf Among Us is one of our favorite games, period, from that studio.
Easily.
Anyway, and like the fact that we got a trailer.
We got a full sit down where they like did this crazy live action green screen shit where they put them in the bar from The Wolf Among Us. You remember that? Jeff Keighley hosted it?
Yeah.
And they were like, we're inside of Telltale, which is crazy. It was so good though. Anyway, Telltale wanted support from the original creatives at Ad Hoc on the follow-up. And with the pandemic and production restraints on Dispatch, the team was like, yeah, we'll work right now. That's great. They came up with ideas, projects, key art, and so much for The Wolf Among Us 2. Unfortunately, after a few months, the partnership went sour when Ad Hoc stated that they felt like they were treated as work for hire and not true creative partners on the project.
Ouch.
So, with that, they stopped working with Telltale on The Wolf Among Us 2. The team went back to square one with their original IP project, Dispatch. Ad Hoc worked diligently and quietly on Dispatch, pivoting from live action to an animation-based art style. The director of Dispatch is proud of this, saying that, "We wanted people to look at this and think it's a premium animated television show. We don't want them to look at it and think it's a game."
Honestly, nailed it with the art style. Looks like Invincible.
I just thought it was Invincible.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like it. Now, one dead giveaway of this title being more than just a game is the insanely stacked cast. This game is led by Aaron Paul, the multi-Emmy award-winning actor from Dashboard Confessional's Screaming Infidelities music video.
What? Is he really in that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
He's also the asexual king Todd Chavez from BoJack Horseman and a show called Breaking Bad. I love him.
And an episode of The Price is Right.
He was also in Big Love.
Yeah.
Aaron Paul had done BoJack Horseman and was approached by casting director Linda. I'm not going to pronounce your name correctly, but I love you, Linda. While Aaron was going through dispatch lines and work, Linda was like, "Holy shit, you're so great at this. I have another project you would be awesome for, and it's also superheroes." And she pitched him on doing Invincible.
Wait, really?
Yeah, she did this in front of the Ad Hoc team as well. Like, he's like talking to Ad Hoc, and she's like, "By the way, if you want to make a couple bucks, read this for me." And they basically were like, "Hey man, he's at work right now."
Yeah.
But it worked out, and Aaron Paul plays Scott, aka Powerplex, on Invincible.
So he's actually on that show.
Yeah, he fully went through it.
That's hilarious.
Aaron is joined by fellow Emmy winner Jeffrey Wright, who is fully in his video game era after reprising his role as Isaac from The Last of Us 2 in The Last of Us TV show, which is so good.
Oh, he is a fantastic actor, honestly.
Jeffrey Wright was one of the first people to sign on to the project after reading the script, which was a huge get. Like, obviously, he's fucking amazing. Jeffrey Wright signing on helped get Aaron Paul on board.
Oh, really? Well, that's actually really cool.
Yeah. Then there's your usual heavy hitters in video games like Matthew Mercer, Laura Bailey, Travis Willingham, and Aaron Yvette, who was Snow White in The Wolf Among Us and Alex in Oxenfree.
Oh, okay. So they've worked with her a lot. And then you just kind of glanced over another Last of Us 2 alum.
It's a Last of Us 2 Wolves reunion with Laura Bailey and Jeffrey Wright. Then we get into the YouTubers they secured for the cast. Jacksepticeye and Moist Critical also lend their voices to this game.
Honestly, huge gets.
After those unusual suspects, we get into the really fun casting choices. We've got Thought Squad, aka one of my favorite musicians right now, who has one of the greatest senses of humor in media and a killer sense of flow. I fucking adore her. On Instagram, she's Black Bunny. On most Spotify and music things, she's Thought Squad. She's fucking hilarious. And this one's for Tom. But I have to call out that Mr. Clean, Mr. 6'8", Minnesota-born Swiss dual citizen himself, Young Gravy, is in this game.
I love Young Gravy. Like, the way you felt about Thought Squad just now, that's how I feel about Young Gravy. I think he is fantastic.
That's so silly to ride for Young Gravy. Like, to be real, though, you ride for Young Gravy because you ride for BB Nose.
Yeah, I do. I like Baby No Money. Like, they're a partnership entirely. Like, they are best friends, and they make it everybody else's problem.
I love describing a duo as best friends who make it everyone else's problem so much. We saw them live, and they love each other.
An absolute delight to see live. One of the best concerts I've seen, and it was like a small show.
They kept kissing.
Yeah.
I think best friends should kiss more. That's how we got together.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, some of your favorite YouTubers, they all kiss each other all the time.
Yeah, I love kissing. Now, I've been digging in, and I have genuinely, like, I've gone through interviews and production notes. I have no fucking idea how they booked all of these people, but it is truly bewildering how they filled out the IMDb page for this game.
Honestly, in doing this show, I've learned a lot of times it just requires asking.
The worst they can say is no. The best thing that can happen is your life can change.
Yeah, so many of these people love video games to begin with. Like, I've seen Young Gravy do plenty of streams.
That's true. So casting was done about halfway through writing the game, and some of the performers' persona nuances informed more of how the characters developed. The ad hoc team allowed for some ad-libs and space for actors to make the characters their own, which I always love. The team quietly worked on this title, with Aaron Paul spending 2 years recording his performance for the game.
God, that's wild.
Eventually, the game was unveiled at the 2024 Game Awards, where Aaron Paul and Laura Bailey came out and discussed the game. The trailer was a shocker considering the cast of heavy hitters and the just straight up just random polls. But overall, people were extremely excited to check out this title. Myself included. I was like, what is happening and why?
It just looked so different from anything else we'd seen, and yet so familiar because of how many people from Telltale were involved.
Entirely. But as every small business owner knows, buzz doesn't pay the bills. The ad hoc team had swollen to about 30 employees, but they still had no money coming in. The founders skipped getting paid personally for 6 months just to make sure their employees could eat.
How do you survive? I mean, I hope they had savings, but still, like, God, I cannot imagine doing that.
Lord, no. They needed funding fast, or this whole thing would fall apart after they announced it. That's when another production group rolled the dice and formed a partnership with Ad Hoc, the team at Critical Role.
Ah, I see what you did there with the roll the dice. That was good.
What did I do? With several Critical Role cast members being deeply involved with Dispatch, not to mention even more Critical Role mainstays like Liam O'Brien, Ashley Johnson, and Marisha Ray also lending voices.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know Ashley Johnson got involved too. That's great.
Oh yeah. Critical Role was a natural choice. In the summer of 2025, Critical Role announced their partnership with Ad Hoc Studios and that they were financing the final stages of Dispatch so it could cross the finish line, and that they would be working with Ad Hoc to develop a Critical Role video game in the future.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Critical Role's insanely popular.
You're gonna print money.
Yeah.
Like, and especially in a post-Baldur's Gate world.
Yeah, speaking of rolling dice.
Ugh. The game launched just a few months after Critical Role stepped in, and in the first 10 days, they sold 1 million copies of Dispatch.
Hell yeah, on just a single episode, too.
Original IP, first game out of a studio. Holy shit. In the first month of release, they crossed 2 million copies sold.
Shit, yeah.
By the end of 2025, the game had moved over 3 million copies, which is absolutely insane. Again, original IP, first game out the gates for the studio. Fuck yeah.
Should still be selling more, though.
Absolutely. We hope so. I want more of this, please.
Yeah.
There are over 23 million hours of gameplay that has been viewed on YouTube and Twitch for Dispatch.
God damn, hell yeah. Oh, I'm loving hearing this success story.
Dispatch was nominated for Best Debut Indie Game at the 2025 Game Awards, and it won the 2025 Steam Award for Outstanding Story-Rich Game.
Hell yeah.
I want to get into this game, and we can call me Captain Save-A-Ho, because this is my playthrough of Dispatch. Now, this is exactly how I played the game. Remember the studio's lineage with all the Telltale games, and there's no one true golden path, every option is valid and remembered and totally reasonable? Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
If you're shaking your fists and screaming that I fucked up everything in my playthrough and you would never make the same decisions I would, fucking come at me.
Yeah.
Pop me in the Discord. At me. I'm happy to fight you on the internet if you want to go there.
Or just come on and say what you did differently. We don't have to make it a fight.
We can. And I just want to be very clear. I've made a man cry in an Applebee's with one verbal jab, so proceed with caution. Lord knows I won't. I feel feisty. We were at a Costco recently. I get real feisty at Costco.
Yeah, you get violent at Costco.
But for real, pop in the Discord and talk to me about the game. I literally just want to talk about it. Just fucking drop gifts of Malevola. That'll make me happy.
All day. We will welcome them.
This is episode 1, Pivot. Dispatch opens with Robert, played by Aaron Paul, talking about how much he loves his dad. Robert's a white guy with wide brown eyes and freckles that sit under his eyes. He has a strong jaw and a chunk missing out of one of his ears. He's in a hoodie, telling someone that, well, obviously, he loves his dad. The person he's talking to presses him, and Robert says that his dad is dead. It happens. We can't see who he's talking to. We only see Robert. A small, short-footed dog named Beef goes to Robert and sniffs his face. Robert's nose is bleeding. The person he's talking to says it's probably because he kicked him in the face. Robert sits up and says plainly, I'm going to hang you off this building, and you're going to tell me where Shroud is, or I'll drop you. We see the person he's talking to is tied to a chair and is blindfolded. He looks like a skinhead with face tattoos. There's a small glowing red circle on the side of his neck. Robert tells him, "For being a real piece of shit, you're easy to talk to." This skinhead-looking motherfucker says, "I'm not telling you shit, and I hope Shroud kills you like he killed your father."
Oh, Jesus.
Robert drags the chair the guy is tied to the apartment's balcony. It's small and dirty, like most balconies in cheap apartments in Los Angeles.
We've lived there.
Robert tilts the chair over the balcony, and the guy freaks out. Robert tells him to use his inside voice. He has neighbors. This is where the guy breaks, saying that Shroud is still at the steel mill. The guy screams and bites at Robert. Robert dryly says, "Sir, if you want something to scream about, I'll give you something to scream about." And he lets this asshole fall. He falls about 4 stories and lands on a mattress that sits in a dumpster. He's completely fine. Robert yells out that, "I ruined a perfectly good mattress to make sure you didn't die." And I got the classic telltale signature moment in the corner of my screen that reads, "He will remember this."
Oh, that's great.
Robert goes to his closet where there's a wall of news clippings about Shroud. There's a picture of Robert and his father on the wall when he was much younger. Robert pulls a mask over his face and steps out in full superhero gear. Robert walks to a massive mech suit and flips buttons and switches. The suit glows to life, and Robert flies off into the night sky, off to the steel mill, as the superhero known as Mechaman. He places a small blue vial of clear importance, some science-looking shit, in the suit. At the steel mill, there's cybernetic assholes moving robotic parts around, and goons patrolling with guns. They have small red glowing bits on them, signifiers of Shroud's Red Ring Gang. Shroud has been souping people up, both people with powers and people without, with enhancements. The enhancements are glowing red skin attachments, making it very visually easy to identify the bad guys.
Especially when it's glowing red.
Yeah, which is like such a traditional, oh, that guy's a bad guy.
Yeah.
Mechaman begins to sneak in, picking red ring assholes off one by one. He's out of his mech suit now. It's less bulky this way. Mechaman gets made and shot at, but he's a good fighter. No guns or knives, just brute force. He beats the blood out of a bunch of red ring assholes on his way to find Shroud. There's a simple hacking mechanic similar to certain other hacking mechanics of moving things around and opening flows. It's Bioshock hacking.
Take a Bioshock, everybody. First of season 12.
Or Spider-Man hacking if you're nasty.
Okay.
A door opens and Mechaman walks in. The room is dark with a ton of TVs set up, all showing security footage of Mechaman beating the shit out of enhanced villains. Mechaman breaks the tension by saying, "Hey, can I get a copy of those videos when we're done here? Because I'm about to fuck you up and those videos do numbers. We can go viral."
He can make some money off that shit.
The man watching the videos sarcastically says, "Ooh, maybe we can go viral." The guy turns around, a skinhead-looking asshole with face tattoos.
Oh.
He doesn't even look up from his phone and says, "You come here looking for your father's killer, and all you have to say is that lame shit?" Now, this is not Shroud. This is, unfortunately, the same guy that Mechaman threw off his balcony and into a dumpster earlier.
Should not have left that mattress in the dumpster.
Girl, right? This guy tells Mechaman that Shroud will be here soon and says that Shroud said his dad was very well hydrated when he died. He tells him, turns out after Shroud shot him in the chest, he pissed his pants.
Oh, God, he's being a dick.
Mechaman goes to his wrist device and taps a few buttons, summoning his mech to stomp the shit out of this guy from above, which is 100% as satisfying as it sounds.
Beautiful.
Mechaman walks into his mech suit, hearing the crunch of this guy's body under his mechanical foot. Mechaman tells him, "I'm starting to think I shouldn't have wasted a perfectly good mattress to soften your fall."
Right?
The skinhead gooner makes fun of the cum-stained mattress, and Mechaman lazily tells him to reveal his bullshit superpower so they can fight for real. The skinhead gooner crawls out from under the mech, aching with pain, then glows green. His clothes burn away, and he's naked, dark, and green. His dick is hanging real low between his thighs.
It is.
Mechaman tells him, "Cool dick."
Honestly, they opening with the nudity, like straight up full frontal. It's like
we don't see a lot of male nudity in media.
In anything, yeah. And honestly, it's kind of always funny.
It is always funny. Dicks are always played for laugh. They're rarely played for, like, sensuality.
Yeah.
This gooner tells him to call him Toxic. Mechaman says that name works on so many levels. Toxic says that Shroud's enhancement do wonders on normal people. But when people have powers, it's another level. He's a souped-up super asshole. Toxic can fly and kicks Mechaman's suit hard. He dives and flies and punches at Mechaman, who uses his mech's weight and size to his advantage, kicking Toxic or using his jetpacks to burn him. And it's honestly a pretty fair fight. Naturally, the QTEs are in full force for this telltale descendant. The fight attracts more well-armed foot soldiers from Shroud and a few superpowered beings as well. The humans rain bullets down on Mechaman, and the folks with superpowers start flying around and attacking. There's a pink blob guy and a flying dork. The blob guy manages to pull Mechaman's full suit into his blob, basically making him like the stapler in Dwight's Jell-O. They fight a bit more, and the Gooners have Mechaman on the ropes. Mechaman deploys a shield, but it quickly begins to deteriorate under the firepower of the Gooners' guns. Shroud appears, looking on at Mechaman as Mechaman deploys a shield. Toxic shit talks him, but Mechaman ignores him and begins to fly off, bursting through the ceiling of the steel mill as Shroud watches on. Shroud has a dark hood and a mechanical face covering. He kind of looks like Deadshot, just straight up.
Yeah, he looks really fucking cool.
Toxic yells up at Mechaman, saying, "The boss man just wants the astral pulse. It's not like it belongs to you anyway." And here it's implied visually that the astral pulse is that science-looking blue vial that Mechaman loaded into the suit earlier. Mechaman flies off, pleased with himself, but his mech's HUD gives him a warning that there's a foreign device on his mech.
Oh, shit.
From outside, we see it's a bomb. Next, we're seeing a vertical video and a teen girl in a hoodie doing a dance outside. A news anchor's voice comes over her dancing video saying, "It's been months since we saw videos like these." Behind the girl, something hurls to the ground and causes a loud explosion. The anchor describes this video as the death of Mechaman.
That video really reminded me of that one girl that caught the meteor that shot over her head kind of thing.
Oh,
do you remember that? Yeah, that was a great video.
He says that for nearly 50 years, Mechaman has protected Los Angeles, built by a civilian with no powers. The suit and mantle have been passed down through generations, and their identity has been a complete mystery.
Somehow.
The first was Mechaman Prime, then Astral, who teamed up with a superhero group called the Brave Brigade. This led to a long period of peace in the Southland. Then, Shroud, a former Brave Brigade member, turned on his team members and went full supervillain and killed the pilot of the Mechaman suit in cold blood.
What a dick.
Then, a third generation of Mechaman emerged, who worked on dismantling organized crime in Los Angeles. The reporter says that Mechaman held a press conference and addressed the media. A press room is ablaze and looks on as Mechaman approaches a podium with microphones, in full costume, but no mech suit. It's clear he's a white guy, but his face and body are mostly covered up. He has note cards and he holds them delicately and says he's aware people are concerned with his health and the status of the mech suit. He says that the suit has been damaged beyond his ability to repair, so he will be stepping away from superhero work immediately. The press asks a ton of questions, asking if he's quitting, if Mechaman is over, does this mean his career is over? One reporter stands and asks if there's a message he has for fans, and Mechaman says, "Every sacrifice me and my family have done has been for the people of Los Angeles." Another asks if he's retiring, and he can't commit to that and says he's got no comment. He allows one more question, and a reporter brings up Shroud. He says, "All right, so Shroud kills your father, goes to jail for 15 years, then baits you with a trap where he destroys the suit and puts you in a coma for months." Mechaman asks what the question is. The reporter asks, "Why didn't Shroud kill you?" Mechaman says that Shroud wanted the astral pulse and for Mechaman to be gone. He got both. "I'm not sure my life mattered that much." This reporter has a second question. He says, "Most heroes avenge their family, and you did the opposite. You killed your legacy. How disappointed would your dad be if he were here right now?
What the fuck? Is this reporter like a supervillain's alter ego or something? Because he's just being an asshole.
Are you familiar with the concept of rage bait, Tom?
Yeah, basically. Holy shit.
Your father, your grandfather, they must be rolling over in their graves. Mechaman leaves the podium, arms still in a sling from his injuries months ago. He walks to the reporter and headbutts him, and then kicks him in the ribs several times.
Fuck yeah.
Everyone will remember that. The news cuts to the reporter being asked if he wants to sue Mechaman. He says, yeah, of course, but Mechaman clearly has nothing left. And he was wearing a mask, so whatever.
Yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Who are you gonna call in?
Robert is watching on, mask off, but bodysuit on under a big coat. He's staring at a TV in a shop window playing the news report.
Like, that still happens.
I know.
Like...
Have you ever walked by anything with a TV in the window?
No,
Like, period?
It's only ever happened in movies and, I guess, video games.
Maybe the 90s?
Yeah.
I don't know. The glare of the TV warms his face. He pulls out a flask and takes a big sip. The reporter who got his ass beat is asked how it feels to have the crowd be cheering on during the beatdown. And the reporter says, all right, so no one stepped in for like 3 or 4 minutes. So yeah, I was disappointed with the chanting. And honestly, fuck this guy. I'm glad they were chanting while you got your ass beat. You're a piece of shit, dude.
Yeah, you were being an asshole to a superhero.
The glass of the shop's window shatters, and Robert turns over his shoulder. He sees a guy reach into the shop and steal a TV. Because I guess it's the 90s? I don't know.
Yeah, right?
Robert holds his mask in his hands, then slips it on and says, hey, assholes, put the TVs back and leave. They look at Mechaman, and they see a washed-up masked hero with his arm in a sling, his voice stained with whiskey breath. There's 4 dorks in colorful ski masks loading the TV into a moving truck. One of them says, okay, who are you calling asshole? Another waves a crowbar and says he'll handle it. Crowbar approaches Mechaman and says, who the fuck are you, the hobo ranger? Which is not a good burn. Mechaman takes his coat off and places it down. He says, honestly, I'm not sure anymore. Crowbar says, that sounds heavy, but I don't know you, so I don't give a fuck.
I don't know your issues that are going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, he's like, you're alluding to some lore I'm not privy to, my guy. Crowbar swings at Mechaman, who falls over. Mechaman gets kicked by the crowbar goon and the other goons as they approach. He's on the ground getting the shit beat out of him. All 4 goons gather to get their shots in, but one by one, each is picked up and thrown in different directions.
Oh.
One gets thrown on the roof, but he's completely fine. The figure is strong and leggy and floats over Mechaman, looking down on him. She has massive Disney-approved blue eyes and flowing yellow hair.
They are gigantic Disney eyes, aren't they?
She wears a blue superhero suit and a yellow cape. In the middle of her suit is a shining red gem. This is Blonde Blazer, voiced by Snow White herself, Erin Yvette. She nods at Mechaman and introduces herself. She says she works at Superhero Dispatch Network. Mechaman says, yeah, I know who you are. You're like famous. And she says, I'm not famous. I'm like a corporate hero. And she insists Mechaman is the real famous one. He's not convinced, and he's honestly just kind of sad right now. Blonde Blazer takes a step back, looking at his arm, the one that's no longer in a sling and just hanging limply, completely loose out of his socket.
Ugh.
He realizes this and then apologizes for how gross his arm is. She says he looks like a mime DJ, and she says she'll help. She pops his shoulder back into place, and he thanks her, impressed with the ease she had with fixing him.
There's just something about arms popping out of sockets that is, like, to me, the most horrific thing.
Why?
I don't know. It happens to you all the fucking time.
I can pop my shoulder in and out.
Yeah, I hate it.
My left one is a little loose. And sometimes it just, like, knocks a little out of place, and I can always pop it back if I, like, hit it the wrong angle.
It's not supposed to do that.
Why?
It's supposed to stay in its socket.
Yeah, but what if it's not in the socket?
Well, put it back.
I do!
Don't let it come out.
I'm not charge of my shoulder.
You should be.
There's no body autonomy here. I just roll with it. And it's not gross, it's regular.
Yeah, it's really regular having to slam your body against a wall to get it to pop back in.
Have you seen Lethal Weapon?
Yes.
I'm too old for this shit. Blonde Blazer says, hey man, you could use a drink. And he doesn't disagree. Soon, Blonde Blazer and Mechaman are belly up to the bar drinking beers and giggling about those dorks in the brightly colored ski masks. She has a slight buzz and chugs most of her beer in one go. Mechaman is still in costume with his full suit and mask. He tells her he's not sure which one of them had a rough day. She tells him not to worry about keeping up. Something about her powers keeps her from feeling anything.
She's got a super constitution.
Absolutely. Blonde Blazer gets another round while Mechaman nurses his beer. She asks about the suit, and Mechaman says it costs millions, but he's run out of money and resources. It was all funded with his inheritance, and now that's gone.
He did not invest that shit well.
No. She asks why he did it, especially since it financially ruined him. She figures he's completely broke at this point, and you know what? She's not wrong. Mechaman says, I don't know, I like helping people. Blonde Blazer asks if he's drunk, and he says, yeah, I should probably switch to water. She asks, well, I was hoping I could get you drunk enough to get to know you and offer you a proposition.
Ooh.
She turns to face him with her whole body. Mechaman smiles and returns the gesture, pointing his body at her. He says, a proposition? The smallest smile comes out of the corner of his bruised lips. She says it's a matter of picking the right moment, and Mechaman says, well, hopefully it's not too scandalous. A clear glass appears in front of them, and he takes a drink. It is not water as it appears, and he spits it out all over Blonde Blazer. She says, hey, that's not water. And Mechaman says, yeah, it tastes like pure alcohol. Blonde Blazer says, yeah, that's because it is alcohol. I know, because you spit it into my open mouth. This one's water. Do you see how it has ice in it? And she gestures to a glass of ice water that was obviously right there the whole time.
He's drunk in his defense.
Okay, but in her defense, he has not apologized. And rather just asks if she drinks alcohol from pint glasses. And she goes, yeah, I'm fucking a superhero. I usually drink straight from the bottle, but I thought that would be a little embarrassing. Like, she's low-key a little messy, but you gotta give her some credit.
Yeah, that's fair.
She stands and says she's gonna clean up, and finally, at this point, Mechaman apologizes for spitting pure gin into her open mouth. As he's left alone nursing his ice water, a voice rings out across the bar saying, hey, bitch. Yeah, I'm talking to you, bitch. And no, this is not Jesse Pinkman.
I know, right?
This is Flambe, a man with a massive chest, big dorky sunglasses, and a very deep V-neck cutting into his supersuit.
The dorky sunglasses, you're not wrong. That's like big-ass Oakley sunglasses.
Yeah, and like not cool ones, like corny ones.
Yeah.
He has big fuckboy energy, and he's missing parts of 2 of his fingers. Flambe is voiced by comedian Lance Kanstanopoulos. Lance Kanstanopoulos is a character created by comedian Fahim Anwar. It's layered. I don't get it.
Wow, you couldn't have gotten that more confusing if you tried.
We're just gonna roll. We're gonna call him Flambe. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mechaman looks at him and says, now I only turned around because you're yelling, not because I'm a bitch. Bitch. Bitch, 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 bitch. I hear Jesse Pinkman in this. I cannot.
Yeah, bitch.
Flambe says, don't you watch the news? This is a superhero bar. And Mechaman sarcastically says, oh, are you a superhero? What's your power? Are you tell people obvious shit guy? Flambe says Mechaman's talking shit like he doesn't remember him. And I think Mechaman genuinely doesn't remember this guy, so he says, oh wait, you're sunglasses indoors at night guy. You have the power to let everyone in the room know you're a douchebag because you should literally never do that unless you're at the final table in the World Series of Poker. But even then, if you win, you're still a fucking loser.
Or a Blues Brother.
Those are the only 2 exceptions.
Yeah.
A superhero lady behind Flambe laughs, but then she pretends she's coughing.
I like that she's on Flambe's side, but she's like, damn, that was a sick burn.
She's like, he ate you the fuck up, babe. Flambe takes off his sunglasses and approaches Mechaman, saying, "No, bitch. I control the fire and the flame, and my skin doesn't burn." Mechaman is unmoved and keeps sipping his water. Flambe opens his fist, and it sets ablaze. Mechaman looks at the fire and says, "Oh, shit, I do remember you. You're that shitty villain I busted up." Flambe says, "Not anymore, you dick. As I literally just said, I am Flambe, a real superhero." And he's a real douchebag. Flambe says, "You are not a real superhero anymore, so you need to get out of here." Mechaman looks at the glasses in front of him, the water and the alcohol, and pours the pint glass of liquor onto Flambe.
Oh.
Flambe throws himself back in flames, and everyone in the bar will remember that. Flambe screams as he pats himself down, clearly actually upset about being on fire, which is ironic.
That's like his whole thing.
It's his whole thing! A stout as fuck 3'3" man behind Flambe jumps into action. He pulls a tray from a waitress and starts fanning down Flambe.
No, you're fanning the flames, dude.
The lady superhero who giggled earlier says, "No, you're literally fanning the flames."
Sorry to jump in on there for her.
They are idiots. Now, Girly Pop over here is Coop, played by Mayana Burin, who is also a writer for the game.
Oh, wow, okay.
Coop is a former assassin who is banned in several countries due to her crimes.
Oh, she's so fucking cool.
Punch Up, the dumb little dude over here who is literally fanning the flames, is played by Sean McLaughlin, aka Jacksepticeye.
Hey, we last saw him in Bendy in the Dark Revival.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yep.
Punch Up is canonically born in the same area of Ireland as Sean McLaughlin, but Sean gave him a Dublin accent for backstory that he invented.
Oh, okay. He didn't have to do that.
Nope.
He could have just used his normal accent.
Could have, chose not to.
He's got a great last name, doesn't he?
Now, Coop and Punch Up are close. They are very close. They actually used to date, and Punch Up has a tattoo for Coop somewhere on his body.
Ooh.
Okay, now back to the bar fight. Punch Up looks at Flambe, a tornado of flames, and says, "Ah, shit, you're right, I'm fanning the flames. Does anyone have a rug?"
A rug.
Flambe's eyebrows are scorching off. Flambe goes running out of the bar with Punch Up chasing him, screaming at him to drop and roll, lad. Coop leans on the bar next to Mechaman. Mechaman says, "I thought he doesn't burn. That's like his whole deal."
Right.
Coop eats the cherry out of the drink in front of Mechaman and walks away. Hot.
Oh, I love Coop, honestly. Coop's so fucking cool.
She's so fucking cool. The bartender tells Mechaman to get the fuck out of the bar. He then multiplies and surrounds Mechaman.
Oh, damn, that's pretty cool power.
Mechaman asks him to tell Blonde Blazer he's outside. Now, the bouncer here is voiced by Travis Willingham, and we'll hear more from him later.
Oh, I love him.
The bartender and all of his multiples yell, "Out!" Blonde Blazer comes out of the bar and into the alley holding 2 drinks. Mechaman is leaned up against a wall and says he was out here admiring the art on the dumpster. It says fart barf.
Fart barf. Who writes that kind of shit?
That is a rampant gang in Los Angeles.
The fart barf gang.
I ride with fart barf. Mechaman asks why she's holding drinks, and Blonde Blazer simply tilts one and says, "Nightcap?" Mechaman looks at her and says, "You're trouble."
God, they are rampant alcoholics.
This moment is exactly where I decided that I find Robert extremely sexy. I don't, that line landed and it changed something for me, and I was like, oh, this is a horny game.
Aaron Paul's deliveries in this game are next fucking level. Like, I've seen him in so many things.
Yeah.
He is unlike any other character he's ever played. Yeah, it's his voice.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, his delivery is just incredible as Robert.
And we're actually, like, in the middle of watching BoJack Horseman again. We've watched it through a couple times, but it's just such a good show. This is not Todd. Todd would crumble in front of Robert.
And Jesse could never.
Jesse could never.
Like, at all. But his performance as Robert is just, god damn, he kills it.
Right up there with screaming infidelities.
Sure.
Blonde Blazer asks, all right, so, what happened? And why does the bar smell like burned hair, dude? He tells her his glass slipped and he made a little mess. She does not believe him. She hands the drinks to him and tells him to hang on to the drinks. She knows a place. Blonde Blazer then picks Mechaman up and flies off while he holds their cocktails. Now, this feels very forward to be like, hold on to this, I'm driving. And like, she flies him through downtown LA, past all these tall buildings and dense traffic, and then she soars up to a billboard that faces the Hollywood sign.
Like, she's a superhero and she's flying under the influence.
An FUI?
Yeah.
Also, like, for a first hang, they're now at a second location. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't advise my friends to do a second location on a first encounter. That's
usually a red flag.
Yeah, like my girl code is like, don't do it, bitch.
Right.
Mechaman thought they were actually going to go up to the Hollywood sign itself, but Blonde Blazer says there's already a couple up there, and we don't want to disrupt what they're doing.
No, don't fuck with their flow.
Mechaman thanks her for her help again, and Blonde Blazer tells him, don't worry about it, Robert Robertson.
Ooh.
Okay, shut the fuck up. His name is Robert Robertson.
I know.
I hate that so much. Now, Robert asks how she knows his name, and all she says is, whoops. Which, like, she is flirting hard, but that's not a good bar, you know?
I get it. But also, it was at this point where I was also kind of like, how did they never meet before? They both are superheroes in Los Angeles. That was, like, the one thing where I was like, it feels weird they've never encountered each other before. But, you know, whatever.
Los Angeles is a big place.
It is a big place.
She asks him about his name, and Robert says he's Robert Robertson III. And she says, this happened 3 times?
3 Bob Bobbersons?
Robert explains, well, it was Grandpa Bobby, his dad, Robbie, and then him, Robert, who, you know, I'm Robert. I wanted to be taken seriously.
Oh my God.
Grandpa Bobby died in the suit before I was born. Dad died fighting Shroud, and that's when I took over. And there was, you know, there's a little inheritance and life insurance money, but that's it. He describes it as run-of-the-mill sad superhero origin story. The family tradition is dying in the suit, which he doesn't have to worry about anymore, because the suit's fucked up.
Oh.
Blonde Blazer says she's not drunk enough for her origin story, but says to remind her another time to tell him all about it.
Jesus, how drunk does she have to be?
She gotta be pretty fucking shithoused.
Yeah.
She leans over and gestures at his face, and he nods, allowing her to take off the mask. His face is smooth and calm and locked into her looking eyes. She puts her hand on his chin, and Robert lets the moment pass. Now, you do have the choice here to kiss her, but I did not, and she will remember that.
Yep.
But I'm just gonna say, no, don't do this.
No, especially at first meeting.
You met within 3 hours.
Yeah.
Give it a minute. And you're both drunk. Like, you're at a second location. This is really forward for just meeting someone. Also, he just got out of, like, a coma. His body is broken. What's he gonna do? Be like, bounce on it, but not too hard? Come on, be real.
Right.
She apologizes and says, I'm sorry, I'm here with a purpose. And then she apologizes for tonight and says, oh, I was being unprofessional. I'm here on official business, and, oh, right, I have a proposition that I brought up, you know, before you spat in my mouth.
I guess it would make sense to lean in for the kiss after spitting in her mouth.
I mean, at that point, you've already swapped some spit. Robert is still mortified about that, by the way. Blonde Blazer asks, hey, do you remember a superhero called Trackstar? And Robert says, oh my God, of course, he's like family. That I don't talk to very often.
Right, which makes them family.
More family than most. She says, I work with him at SDN, and he recommended you, and he said he worked with your father. And Robert says, yeah, he was the youngest member of the Brave Brigade, so he was kind of like my babysitter for a while. How's he doing? Blonde Blazer says, oh my God, he's great, and he's why I'm here. Robert, I would like to make you an offer. In exchange for dispatching and mentoring some of our rookie heroes, SDN can make you Mechaman again, but this time with all the resources that a company as big as ours has at our disposal. The whole shebang.
Honestly, pretty good deal.
It's a dope deal.
Yeah.
And Robert asks, I'm sorry, was this an interview? And she says she had to vibe check him to see if he was crazy or weird or something. Or, I guess, sexy and flirty and
Yeah.
smells good. She says it's a big investment and it'll take considerable time and money to get the suit repaired, which gives them plenty of time to level up the heroes on the SDN roster. She says that your experience, your work ethic, everything is invaluable. You have a lot left to give. Robert asks, okay, when do we get started? Also, what is this? What is dispatching? What is job? Where am I? I'm drunk. Blonde Blazer tosses him a pair of glasses, and she says this is part of the assessment. Robert pops them on, and it opens up an electronic HUD, more pixely than the rest of the animated art throughout. It shows Phenomenon, a buff American Gaston-looking motherfucker who is also played by Travis Willingham.
Oh.
He has wide shoulders and a thick mustache. He welcomes Robert to the training simulation. He calls the dispatcher SDN's real heroes. He clumsily talks through some corporate-ass scripting about SDN's dispatch work. There's an electronic map of Los Angeles and an exclamation waypoint showing that we have a call to answer. It's an incoming call from an anonymous civilian showing an issue, a strike on a base, and a lineup of superheroes. Each hero has a chart of what the hero does well and does not do as well. It's their skill tree, or essentially a D&D character sheet.
Yeah.
It's up to the dispatcher to decide who goes to answer each crime call. Robert picks a hero to go out, and the map shows the hero's path to the crime. And then after that, they're at the crime, solving the crime, and then their path coming back to base. Phenomenon explains that after fighting crime, the heroes will need some rest, aka they have a cooldown and can't go back to back on the same OP as fuck hero, so you gotta mix it up. After the call, there's a graph of how well the hero solved the crime. It's a lot of matching hero character sheets to the crime they're assigned to, and what each call requires to get to the endgame. With experience on calls, heroes can get upgraded stats. Phenomenon says organized crime is their biggest issue. We do another few test crimes to get used to the gameplay, including when some heroes ask the dispatcher for help. One hero gets dispatched to do a speech and calls in for help because he's losing the crowd, which I think is very funny for him to be like, hello! Fuck, they don't like me. Hey, can you help me?
How can I talk to normal people?
I'm in front of 200 people and they're all watching me call you for help.
Right?
I told him to throw in some jokes, and that lands and helps him solve the crime of speech. The trial ends, and Robert takes off the glasses, saying, okay, that wasn't too bad. He looks over and sees Blonde Blazer half asleep on his shoulder.
Oh, she was hammered.
See, she was too drunk to kiss.
Right.
Like, there's sometimes you can have a cocktail and kiss someone, but, like, if you're this drunk, keep your mouth to yourself.
Every time.
In most cases, keep your mouth to yourself.
Everybody's gonna get in trouble for that situation.
Yeah, everyone will remember this. He lets this happen, and she nods herself awake. Blonde Blazer tells him to meet her at the SDN offices tomorrow. She turns, while she floats in the air in front of Robert and says, I'm not done saving you yet. Shithouse beyond belief, she begins to fly into the air, leaving Robert trapped on a billboard over a busy Los Angeles street corner.
And he has no superpowers.
He looks around for a ladder.
I do like that he's very resourceful, but still,
Yeah.
like, he's very much stuck in this fucking billboard.
Fully.
No, I love the dispatching stuff. It is such a cool take on resource management. Like, the fact that they've got to recharge, shit like that. Like, it really does require a new level of strategic thinking that I haven't done in a game before.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Robert does somehow get down from the billboard, and he goes home. His dog, Beef, was waiting for him, and perks up when he enters the apartment. Beef is based on the actual dog of Pierre Charette, one of the original founding members of Ad Hoc.
Oh.
The real-life Beef is a severely overweight chihuahua.
He's a beefy beef boy.
Beef, good boy. Originally, Beef was supposed to always have his tongue out, and characters were going to periodically push his tongue back into his mouth, but that got cut.
Oh.
Robert apologizes to his dog for being late. The Mechaman suit is open and loose in his apartment. Robert doom scrolls a bit and pets the dog on his head. Robert watches press videos of Blonde Blazer on his phone, and he tells Beef, I met a nice lady, and she wants to help us out. Beef stretches like a good boy and flops on his side.
Oh.
Here's how I did. Me and 52% of players threw alcohol on Flambe, because that is funny.
Yep.
Me and 46% of players did not kiss Blonde Blazer because it was not appropriate.
Okay.
Me and 46% of players let Toxic the Skinhead Gooner drop. Me and 21% of players attacked the reporter because fuck that guy, let him have it.
He was a dick.
And then me and 39% of players called Flambe the sunglasses at night guy. Episode 2, On Board. A woman is leaving her house holding a guitar. She comes out to her car and sees a boulder has landed on it.
As it does.
And she laments that she's gonna be late for band practice. Phenomeman lands near the car and says, "This shit happens every day." He lifts the boulder off her car and says, "She can count on SDN." I don't think that's a good video.
No, it's not like the car works now.
Yeah. Now, this is a propaganda video playing in the SDN offices. Mechaman is there, fully suited in the lobby.
Sorry, I love that you referred to a commercial as a propaganda video.
Like, where are you going with
I
this?
like the concept that commercials are propaganda.
Look me in the eyes and fight me on
No,
that.
I
What
know.
the fuck?
It's not wrong. It's just such a weird take on commercials.
It's propaganda. You know what I really love? That Coca-Cola propaganda
Yeah,
with
the bears.
the polar bears. Yeah. Some of my favorite propaganda.
Nah, Phenomeman, though, like, he's such a perfect, like, Superman-like, honestly. Yeah.
Travis Willingham really puts his whole, like, famousy in there. Like,
Yeah.
he's so broad-chested and patriotic somehow.
Yeah, he does a perfect voice for this character. Just, like, he sounds like a superhero.
Fully. In the lobby with Mechaman is a twitchy, tall white guy in a wetsuit and goggles that interjects and giggles with Mechaman about the propaganda video. This is Waterboy, played by Joel Haver, a Canadian YouTuber. Waterboy loves Phenomeman and acts nervous about being at SDN. His home life is a little mundane. At home, he takes care of his elderly grandmother, and he lives with a lot of cats.
Oh.
He's a sweet boy, but also to be very clear, he does have a rap sheet. Then, with a thumping pulse, in walks Flambe.
Oh, shit.
He takes his sunglasses off when entering the building, showing his singed eyebrows from last night's bar incident. He looks ahead and walks straight back to the office. Flambe does not make eye contact with Mechaman, but Mechaman kind of like hides and holds Waterboy as a human shield while he watches Flambe. I think he knows that this is not the place to get into another fight.
Yeah, and like I love the idea that immediately Flambe is his new coworker.
Immediately!
Yeah.
Waterboy rambles on and realizes, wait, you're Mechaman. I thought you were dead. Mechaman looks at him and says, just on the inside.
Oh, so brooding.
And again, this does work on me.
Yeah.
It sucks. Blonde Blazer enters the lobby and Waterboy stands out of respect, nearly bowing at her. She takes Mechaman back and leaves Waterboy freaking out alone in the lobby, completely starstruck. Blonde Blazer leads Mechaman into an open office and tells him to change. She doesn't want people knowing he's Mechaman. Blonde Blazer apologizes for being so drunk last night, and Robert says, oh, that's totally understandable. She hands Robert a company-issued SDN button-up to change into. Robert tosses his Mechaman suit over, and it lands on something that starts moving. Blonde Blazer and Robert watch as his suit runs away and into a door. Blonde Blazer picks up the suit, and here we meet Invisigal, who was invisible and hearing and listening on the whole thing. She just looks at them and says, all right, so you two fuck or what?
She read the energy immediately.
Immediately. Invisigal hits her inhaler, and Robert assures her that no professional lines were crossed. Because I didn't fucking kiss the drunk girl.
Damn right.
Invisigal is tan and has short dark hair and a nose ring and just seems like mean. That's her whole deal.
Oh, I love it. She is
I know.
perfectly my vibe.
She has ripped jeans and combat boots and an overall fuck you attitude. Her power is that she can go invisible while she holds her breath.
Oh, while she holds her breath.
Yep. And again, inhaler.
Has
She
asthma.
She is played by Laura Bailey, who you know from most video games.
She's like the girl Troy Baker.
Yeah. And she is married to Travis Willingham in real life.
Oh, I love that.
Blonde Blazer says that Invisigal is part of the Phoenix program, a program where they take former supervillains and reform them into heroes so they can use their powers for good.
Okay, so that explains Flambe, probably Waterboy coming in.
Yeah. Invisigal is not excited to meet Robert or for him to be joining their team. Blonde Blazer tells Invisigal that Robert's identity as Mechaman stays between them. He needs to be low-key. Invisigal asks if she thinks she wants people to know their dispatcher is a fucking loser, which is just mean.
You're right.
Invisigal turns invisible again and busts open the doors, exiting the office. Blonde Blazer explains that when Invisigal started, she was calling herself Invisibitch. Blonde Blazer is actually the one who came up with Invisigal, which Robert thinks is corny.
Well, such a hard thought. Come up with Invisigal.
That you're calling her a thought, like, Jesus Christ, it's just a crop top.
No.
Out in the offices, there's a field of cubicles where superheroes and dispatchers are all over. Some are aliens, some have super hearing. I saw someone in a cat suit. Like, it's a very fun office. Robert goes to pee and meets one of the largest Polynesian guys imaginable, whose name is Royd. Royd fist bumps him at the urinal. Now, Royd is voiced by Tanoy Reed, who in real life is The Rock's stunt double.
Oh, that guy. Okay, I've seen him in a lot of things.
Whatever The Rock can't do, this guy does.
I've seen a lot of things with The Rock, so... Also, like, why does The Rock need a stunt double?
He was a wrestler. Like, he's used to jumping on people.
Yeah.
I know you can drive the cars in Fast and Furious. Like, my guy. Royd says, "It was nice to meet you, Mechaman."
Oh, so much for keeping this shit secret, honestly.
It is a terribly kept secret immediately. Now, Robert freaks out and checks to make sure they're alone and says, he thought it was supposed to be low-key. What the fuck? I just got yelled at for this like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Royd explains that he's the one working on fixing the Mechaman suit, so he actually has to know. I think Royd's going to be a good friend. He has a beautiful smile, and I love him immediately.
He has the best energy and attitude immediately, and it's just, there's something so lovable about him.
I feel safe around him.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with his size.
I would leave my drink around him.
Yeah,
That's
right.
how I feel about Royd.
Yeah.
Robert goes to the records room to meet back up with Blonde Blazer, and a small, older man takes one look at Robert and says, "Who is this freckle-faced fuck?" And then goes to hug Robert. Robert calls this greeting aggressive. The old man strikes a pose, and Robert realizes that this is his old friend, Trackstar. He says, "Holy shit," and then he goes back in for another hug. The old man is like, "Yeah, man, we know each other." Wait, why would you be accepting hugs from old men you don't know? Here, in this office, he goes by Chase, and Chase is voiced by Jeffrey Wright. Blonde Blazer looks on at their reunion. Robert says he and Chase haven't really connected since his dad died. He was in a weird place. Robert asks Chase why he looks like Black Einstein, which, to his credit, he does.
Yeah.
And Chase says it's his powers. He could run 50 times faster than the normal person, but it made him age 50 times faster than the normal person.
Oh, that is such a horrible, like, catch-22 on that. Like,
there's a lot of these. I mean, with Invisigal's powers only working when she holds her breath and she has asthma.
yeah.
This guy's fast as fuck, but it speeds up his life expectancy. Like, that sucks.
It's terrible.
Chase says he moves slowly to keep his heart from going out on him, even though he's only, like, legally 39 years old.
Oh, poor guy.
He's just old as shit looking because he tried to help people. That's how he knows karma is bullshit. Chase brings Robert to a computer to show Robert his lineup of heroes that he'll be working with. This group is known as the Z Team. They are the lowest ranking heroes in the company. Truly, the worst of the worst. We see Sonar, a 6-foot-tall Harvard graduate who's also a bat and is voiced by Moist Critical. Then there's Flambe, that dickbag. Next up is Invisigal, who's noted as a thief and a loner in her file. Blonde Blazer says she turned herself into SDN on the one condition that no one asked her why she gave up her criminal life.
Oh my god, shut up.
We've got Coop, who Robert met in the bar. She used to be an assassin for the mob. We've got Punch Up, who we also met in the bar. He's a carnival strongman who made a deal with a sorceress to get the strength of 10 men. but his body shrank, which is very funny.
I love that just every superpower has like a catch to it. Like I love that so much.
A quick fuck you.
Yeah.
Chase describes Punch Up as a greasy bowling ball. We've got Malevola. Now she's a red demon-like creature, and Blonde Blazer is terrified of her.
She is beautiful, though.
She is my pass. I love her. This is an extremely pan and bisexual nightmare.
Oh, very much so,
am
yeah.
Conflicted.
Yeah.
Malevola can make portals, and again, huge red demon, and she's voiced by Alana Pierce. Malevola is extremely well animated.
Mm-hmm.
I do just kind of want her to pick me up and spin me.
And she could. She is very strong and very large.
I just want her to like me.
And looks exactly like a character we're going to see next week.
Oh. Now, Malevola and Sonar are best friends, and Malevola is actually the one who suggested they join the Phoenix program at SDN to turn their lives around. Next up is Gollum, who is a construct? He's a construct of dirt and mud who came to life with magic.
Kind of looks like Clayface from Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a big mud man creature, and my boy.
Now, Gollum is 7'7" and is voiced by real life 6'8" Young Gravy.
Yep. Just slow and deep voiced. It's great.
It's pretty perfect casting. Now, Moist Critical also originally read for Gollum, but they felt like he was a better fit for Sonar. And I do love his Sonar, and I do love Young Gravy as Gollum.
I'll be real. Sonar is one of my favorite performances in the game.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Yeah, his deliveries, everything, he really kills it.
Last up on the roster is Prism, a pop star influencer who uses light magic and is voiced by my girl, Thought Squad. And that's the Z-Team. Chase calls them a motley crew of deranged fuck-ups. Blonde Blazer says she's not expecting miracles, but she'd love one if we can get it. She has low expectations for the Z-Team. Chase brings Robert to his desk, a small cubicle with a cheap chair and a shitty computer. Robert kicks right into action, taking care of the city of Torrance. He puts on his headset and introduces himself to the voice chat of his heroes. Immediately upon hearing that his name is Robert Robertson, the entire group bursts into laughter.
As they should, honestly.
Prism begs him to say that's not his real name. Invisigal says she saw him in his underwear. Prism cackles and asks if he's packing, and Invisigal says, "No, he's not!"
Oh, God, you can tell that they're former villains based on just the way they're all ripping on him immediately.
They're like, this fucking loser, shut the fuck up. The first call comes in, and it's someone's balloon stuck in a tree. It's not always crime, you know?
Right.
Sometimes it's just mild inconveniences.
Well, I mean, it's these... Like, SDN is kind of like an insurance... Not really insurance, it's just like... It's a...
AAA?
Yeah, AAA is a really good comparison to it, where it's just like people with enough money to afford this service calling for every fucking problem they have.
We find out that AAA will bring you like a quarter gallon of gas if you run out of gas, just enough to like get you to the next station. But you can kind of abuse that and do it once a day and just kind of roll your AAA into gas.
Right.
Now, I sent Prism because she's a pop star, so she's probably pretty good with kids and can like figure this shit out. And she nailed it.
Nice.
Since SDN is available to any subscriber on Superhero Support, they have to do dumb shit like this, so she kind of just grins and bears it. Next up is an SDN executive who needs a hero to make the company look good, so I sent Sonar because he's wearing a suit, and I assume he's going to be really annoying about being a Harvard grad, and he ate that shit up.
I mean, anybody from Harvard just won't shut the fuck up about being from Harvard.
If you pay that much tuition, I wouldn't shut up about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if I'm paying that much money, you best believe I won't shut the fuck up about it. Across town, a boat gets stolen, and I sent Malevola because she's got like portals and shit, so I'm like, she can kind of move around pretty easily. She handled that. I handled a bunch of cases and even did some hacking, which was very fun. And I watched security cameras, and thankfully on day one, I'm sitting pretty, and I did not fuck anything up.
Hell yeah, good for you.
And it does feel good to help people. What I love about this is the more you send heroes out, the more you can upgrade their skills to make them more powerful or versatile. Towards the end of the shift, Robert gets a call from Granny's Donuts. Invisigal is quick to volunteer. She's banned from the shop and is trying to get unbanned, which is me with the Wynn Hotel. They will not respond to my request to get off the ban list, and that's fine.
It's not going to stop you from going.
Tomorrow, is this evidence? Fuck.
Shit.
She gets there and finds an old man on the ground passed out in the donut shop. Invisigal needs eyes, so Robert hops on their security cameras. Some cameras are behind a hack wall, and Robert wonders why a donut shop has such tight security. He opens up a camera to the back bakery and sees someone laser sawing into what looks like a fridge.
What the fuck?
Robert warns Invisigal to go invisible as the baddie with the lasers goes searching for trouble. Invisigal gets into a fight with the laser cutter asshole and throws donuts and beats the shit out of this guy. They brawl hard, and Invisigal hits her inhaler between punches, which does look fucking cool. Robert scrambles and hacks into the sprinkler system, setting it off to short-circuit the laser cutter temporarily. This works, and the sprinklers are fucking sprinkling. As they throw each other around, a small explosion goes off, sending the donut shop into a world of smoke.
Oh, goddamn. So much for that donut shop.
The laser cutter asshole and Invisigal look up to see Granny holding the laser cutter.
Oh, no.
Invisigal warns Granny that they don't know how to use that thing, but Granny tells her to shut the fuck up because nobody fucks with Granny. We're in a standoff with laser cutter asshole pointing a laser at Granny, Granny pointing a laser at Invisigal and the asshole, and Invisigal unarmed. Robert tells Invisigal to apprehend the asshole, but she tells him to fuck off and goes invisible to disarm the device Granny is holding. Granny fights back, and in the chaos, the asshole shoots at Granny. The smoke clears, and we see Granny is face down, ass up, his pants blown off, revealing the ass.
That's right. Granny was a man.
Yeah. Invisigal says, "Damn, Granny's caked up." The asshole is gone, nowhere to be seen. Thankfully, Granny is okay, and an ambulance gets there to give Granny medical help for his ass. Chase tells Robert, honestly, that wasn't a bad day.
Honestly, all things considered.
Chase gives Robert $1 and tells him to get a snack from the vending machine to cheer himself up. Robert asks Chase if he's sure he's not 80 years old, because that's the most grandpa-ass shit imaginable.
Right.
Robert takes Chase's advice and goes to grab some Twinkies out of the vending machine. He's spooked when he hears Sonar screech and squeeze the shit out of the Twinkies, destroying their structural integrity. He spends another $1 getting a new pack of Twinkies, and that's when Invisigal appears, spooking Robert again, who again squeezes the shit out of the Twinkies, destroying their structural integrity.
They're Twinkies. They don't have that much structural integrity.
That's why you can't squeeze them. Invisigal asks, what kind of superhero flinches?
Dead ass.
Robert tells her, look, if you had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years, you'd be jumpy too. They sit down at a table in the break room, destroyed Twinkies sitting between them. Invisigal laughs him off, saying she actually totally understands what it's like for people to try and kill you.
I was gonna say, she's been a supervillain.
Invisigal says she came by to celebrate a mission gone well, and Robert is annoyed. He says, it didn't go well. The suspect got away, and the client got hurt. Invisigal defends herself, saying, look, shit happens. And Robert tells her, shit doesn't need to happen, and it would have been okay if you just fucking listened to me. Behind them, Sonar loudly squeaks and then eats a mouse.
I love that his lunch is just very practical for a bat.
He is a bat. He grinds coffee and does coffee shit very loudly while Invisigal and Robert fight. She mentions the Mechaman suit. He tells her, you know what, you wouldn't survive a day being Mechaman because there isn't a suit to prevent you from being a selfish fucking asshole. Invisigal goes invisible and storms out. She then reappears next to Robert and screams, ah! Spooking Robert. She says, feel bad? Fuck you. And then she punches him in the face, knocking him out of his chair and his smashed Twinkies down to the ground. Lying on the ground, Sonar goes to Robert and says, hey, are you going to eat those Twinks?
Twinks. Calling them Twinks.
Defeated, Robert tells him, that's not what they're called. You know what? Help yourself.
Have a twink.
At the end of the day, Robert meets in Blonde Blazer's office, bloodied and swollen from his colleague punching him in the face. Chase is sitting next to him. Blonde Blazer asks what happened because you obviously got punched in the face.
How did you get attacked at work?
And Robert says, Invisigal punched me in the face, but I asked for it. Blonde Blazer tells him, hey, man, that's not okay because we're at work. And Robert insists that he asked for it. Blonde Blazer and Chase agree that Robert's first shift was pretty good. She says the team has never done a better shift than that.
Really?
Yeah, right? Which is sad.
Yeah.
And she admits the granny situation wasn't ideal, but she's seen a lot worse with Invisigal. Chase and Blonde Blazer confide that she is easily the most difficult hero they have.
The one that is punching people is the worst? Yeah, I can see why.
I mean, no one's surprised by this. Blonde Blazer tells Robert that, the bar is pretty low with this group. Robert insists that he's not here to fuck around, and if the Phoenix program wants to survive, the bar needs to go up. And that will work by treating the Z team like they are. A bunch of villains. And leading a supervillain team takes a very different approach than leading a superhero team. He needs to be around them and work with them, and show them that he's all in, and they need to match that energy. Chase agrees, calling it tough love. Robert says, it's the only kind I know, and based on what I've seen, it's the only kind they'll respond to. And he promises to do his best. Chase says, okay, but there's no fucking way that's going to work, but it will be fun to watch. But I also promise to do my best. On his way out, Robert walks by his desk and sees Waterboy furiously cleaning a smashed donut out of his keyboard. Waterboy stammers that he saw Invisigal put a donut on Robert's desk nicely, and then walk away, and then come back and smash the donut into his keyboard.
She likes leaving and coming back to punch things.
Yeah. That's kind of her whole deal.
Right.
Waterboy wanted to make a good impression for Robert and clean it out. Waterboy stutters that, I just got hired as the newest janitor, and I'm really grateful for your help, and I'm just a sweet little boy.
Oh, he didn't even get put on, any team.
No, he got on custodian duty.
Oh, buddy.
Robert thanks Waterboy, and Blonde Blazer shows up, looking for Robert. Waterboy throws water up on his desk through his mouth and then starts cleaning it. The water just really spews out of him. It's really gross.
There's so many options for how this power could have worked. And they make it that he pukes up water.
And, not just that, he's also very sweaty.
Right.
His hair is wet.
He's just constantly dripping.
This boy is moist. Blonde Blazer and Robert leave the SDN offices. The golden after-work glow of the sun sets, painting them warmly while they walk out. Blonde Blazer says she's glad Robert's here, and he thanks her for setting this up. Phenomaman appears, floating down from the sky. He kisses Blonde Blazer on the cheek and asks if she's ready to go. Blonde Blazer introduces Phenomaman as her boyfriend.
Oh, good thing you didn't kiss her the night before.
Girl, I'm so glad I didn't kiss her.
52% of people did, though.
Yup. At the time of my playthrough, also, these numbers may have changed by the time you're listening to this. Phenomaman is gigantic, tall, muscular, thick hair. He's just bigger than Robert. And she introduces Robert as their newest dispatcher. Phenomaman asks Robert, why are you so fucking small? And Blonde Blazer reminds him, oh my god, we've talked about this. You can't just ask people why they're small. And for reference, Robert is estimated somewhere between 5'8" and 5'11" based on size comparisons between other characters. And Phenomaman is fucking gigantic.
Right.
Phenomaman asked if his lack of strength and size were an issue during his first day of work. Just so fucked up.
He understands zero social cues.
I love him. Blonde Blazer tells Phenomaman that Robert did great on his first day of work. Robert stands, looking up at Blonde Blazer's superhero boyfriend. Phenomaman says they should celebrate and that they were heading to Tokyo to a restaurant where the chef dreams of sushi.
Oh,
Chiro.
I've seen that documentary. I want to eat there so badly.
And he invites Robert. Robert declines, saying he has to go home to his dog. Phenomaman understands. He swoops Blonde Blazer up in his arms, and they fly off to Tokyo.
So casually.
I'm so jealous.
Right.
The episode ends with a Thought Squad song called Pound Cake that goes so fucking hard, and I love it. And if you have the time, please stream it. I think she's so wonderful. Now here's how I did. Me and 93% of players bro-fisted Royd at the urinal because that's my boy. I love him and I feel safe around him. Me and 25% of players ratted out Invisigal for punching Robert. And to be clear, I'm not a snitch. I was just like, well, that's what happened, and I'm an honest person.
You are very honest.
I don't understand lying. Me and 72% of players did not ask Blonde Blazer out to dinner. There was a small window, but look, the first time we met, she was so drunk when she was hitting on me. And like, I don't want that. I don't want to just be your option when you're drunk. And then the second episode, we find out she has a boyfriend. Also, we work together.
Yeah, she's kind of your boss.
She's kind of my boss. That's not fair. Me and 89% of players said no to dinner with Phenomenon and Blonde Blazer because I'm not a third wheel.
I totally said yes because I was just like, no, Jiro dreams of sushi, I am going.
You were like, I love sushi. Yeah. That sounds great. And I performed better than 50% of players in today's shift. Not bad.
Not terrible, no.
Episode 3. Turnover. We see the Torrance Tribune. It has a front page story on Mechaman saving a bunch of civilians. Then there's a box of blueprints and other Mechaman suit shit. There's gears, sketches, mechanical design books, all sorts of shit. Then there's a leg of the Mechaman suit sloppily thrown on top. Roy is packing up all the Mechaman stuff from Robert's apartment, and Robert is telling him to be careful. Roy tells him the warranty on the suit is already void. It, like, exploded, dude.
This shit's already fucked up. It can't get worse.
Yeah. The U-Haul truck is full of all kinds of Mechaman shit. Robert begs Roy to be more gentle with the suit, and they enter Robert's apartment to grab the last of it. Roy looks around this sad-as-fuck apartment and says, "Every time I walk in this place, I get sad. Does that not happen to you?" Robert tells Roy, "I'm poor!" And, like, truly, there is nothing on the walls. There is no furniture in the whole place. It is a bummer.
There's, like, cracks in the walls, in fact. Like, it's that bad.
Roy asks Robert where he sleeps, and Robert says, "I'm figuring it out." It's so sad, dude.
I threw my mattress out because I threw a guy on top of it.
I was trying to kill someone, or at least make him think I was killing him, you know.
But it went in a dumpster. I wasn't going to pull that back out.
No. Beef is napping on a pillow, and Roy says, even Beef has a bed. This is the kind of apartment you see on TV when the detectives kick the door down. Like, shine the flashlight. It's serial killer shit. Roy looks at the last of the Mechaman shit and asks where the astral pulse is. Robert says, "Yeah, I lost that in the blast. I have no clue where it landed. I actually spent weeks trying to find it, but I couldn't track it down." This stresses Roy out, and he says, "No, but that powers the whole suit." And Robert says, "Yeah, it's the only part of the suit my dad didn't have the schematics for." Is that going to be a problem? And Roy admits it's a minor problem, but we'll figure it out. Robert and Roy head off to SDN with Beef in tow. Beef is a good boy and sits patiently in a box carried by Robert as they enter, and he has his little tongue out. It's just so cute. You want to push the tongue back in like you were supposed to.
Beef is just so damn cute.
Roy sums up the astral pulse as, it's kind of like a tiny star that got trapped in a bottle. It's genius. Robert asks, "Hey, well, can you just, like, make a new one?" Roy's not, like, confident, but he's like, it'll be all right. They get to Royd's workshop, and Royd mentions that he met Robert's dad once. He had just moved to the mainland, and Robert's dad busted him for trying to steal from Radio Shack. And then the two of them just nerded out on tech stuff for like an hour.
So, Radio Shack, for all of you youngins out there.
Oh my god. Oh, you're not even
I'm going to explain it, no. It's basically what it sounds like. It's like
a shack of radios.
Old school Best Buy, I guess you could say.
But tiny.
Yeah, really small shops.
Yeah, so Royd was trying to hold up a fucking Radio Shack. Robert's dad, as Mechaman, came in and was like, "Don't do that." They nerded out for tech stuff, and then he took Royd to jail. Robert says, "Wow, that's longer than any conversation I ever had with my dad."
Oh, damn.
Royd takes that in and is like, "That's a bummer."
That really is.
They talk a bit about how Robert's dad was a gearhead, not a science nerd. He wasn't the kind of guy who could have made the astral pulse. Roy promises, though, that he's both a gearhead and a science nerd, and he's going to build a Robert-focused suit, not just his dad's suit over again. Roy shows Robert a 3D schematic of the suit, and Robert holds Beef up to show it to Beef. Because Beef needs to appreciate it. It's part of Beef's life, too.
It is.
Robert is so excited, and Beef is like, "Hey, I'm happy to be here. I'm Beef." They fist bump, and Robert walks Beef over to his desk. Beef is over the moon to see the office. He's making new friends, he's getting scratches from so many people. It's a good day to be Beef. On his way to a meeting, Robert carries Beef through the hallway and looks at his phone. Gollum walks by, bumping into Robert, and Robert drops his phone into the trash can. Gollum casually says, "Kobe." Robert tells him to watch where he's going, but Gollum just walks on by. Robert asks Beef if he did that on purpose, and Beef licks his face. At his desk, Robert finds a damp note from Waterboy. It is so wet he can't read it, but we all, which is so sad. But we all know Waterboy is pure of heart and loves Robert, so I'm sure it's something nice. Robert talks to Chase and asks Chase to keep an eye on Beef. Beef gets nervous, and Robert didn't want to leave him alone at home all day while he's at work. Robert is setting up a pillow for Beef and turns around to see Chase cradling Beef like a baby.
Yeah.
And Chase tells Robert, "I would literally let everyone else here melt in eternal hell, including you, before I let anything happen to this dog."
He has that kind of impact on literally everyone that meets him.
He's a perfect dog. Blonde Blazer comes up and sees baby Beef and gives him belly rubs, asking what his name is. Robert says, "My name is Beef and I'm naked!" Now, Blonde Blazer refuses to believe that's what he sounds like, but she rolls with it. She pulls Robert aside while Chase cradles his new best friend in his arms. Blonde Blazer wants to address the other day with Phenomenon. She says that over the Tokyo Dream Sushi, she and Phenomenon broke up.
Le gasp.
She says, it's just that the timing felt right. I don't know, just sometimes you gotta shake shit up. It was impulsive, but it was a long time coming. Now, fuck you. Don't impulsively break up with someone. That's wild.
It should not be an impulse.
It should be, like, if it's a long time coming, yes, that's valid, but don't be disrespectful with someone else's time and, like, impulsively break up with someone.
Especially on the other side of the planet.
Yeah! If he wasn't a gentleman, he could leave your ass in Japan.
Right. I mean, granted, they can both fly.
They can fly at different rates,
At very different speeds. He is much faster flyer than she is.
Yeah, it's very different.
That poor girl had a really long solo flight home.
Yeah. Just thinking about it, listening to some Olivia Rodrigo, like, fuck this, man.
Having to cross the international date line on top of that, like...
Are you going against the sun or with the sun? Like, it's gonna fuck up your equilibrium.
Yeah, entirely.
Robert says he's sorry to hear about the breakup, and then Blonde Blazer pivots to work talk. She says she's gonna cut someone from the Z team. Well, she's gonna make Robert do it. Robert asks if she's sure, and he says he's not sure how that'll work out. Blonde Blazer says that'll show the team they're serious. And I already told them someone's getting cut.
What the fuck?
That's not good management.
No, that's really bad management. Granted, she hasn't slept, probably.
Yeah. She was busy burning pictures and shit last night. Like, you have to do the digital detox when you break up with someone where you, like, archive all the pictures and stuff and, like, maybe untag some people.
Yeah, and when your boyfriend is basically Superman, that's a little more difficult to do.
Yeah, because I'm sure you look fantastic in every picture next to him.
Oh my god, right?
Robert says, all right, this will be an interesting shift. Cool.
Right?
Robert looks at the leaderboard where all the heroes' rankings are and sees that at the bottom, there's Coop, then Sonar, then Invisigal. Chase comes up, already aware that someone's getting cut. He says, those three, they ain't shit. He's still cradling baby Beef in his arms paternally. Chase tells Robert one of his team members needs help. Robert goes to his computer and immediately sees a distress call from Sonar. Sonar is asking for a locksmith. He says Coop seduced him, and now he's handcuffed to some gym equipment. Coop can hear this over the comms and corrects him and says, no. I said, hey, you want to see something cool? And then I handcuffed you to a squat rack. And Sonar clarifies, look, she said it with a really hot voice, so I assumed she meant boobs. I love them.
Fair enough, honestly.
They're perfect. Robert breezes by this and tells everyone to do a good job. Just because Blonde Blazer said someone's getting cut, it shouldn't affect the shift. Just ignore the pressure. Just do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last. And also, can someone go down to the gym and help Bat Boner? The shift starts with Sonar handcuffed and unable to take calls, which feels shitty just because, like, you're already starting with him all fucked up.
Yeah.
He says he's losing feeling in his hand, but not in the fun, kinky way. Dude. The heroes start to sabotage each other. They're trying to fuck each other over so they don't get cut from the team. It's a very bad shift.
And they're all former supervillains, so, like, being shifty is basically in their genes.
They're so petty with each other. At one point, Sonar locks Flambe into a sensory deprivation tank, which I assume would just create psychosis. That sounds awful.
Right.
Prism hires a photographer to terrorize Invisigal. Sonar pushes Coop into a pool with a bunch of old people, and she hates water, and she hates old people. Invisigal puts laxatives in Punch-Up's coffee.
Oh my god.
Malevola pushes Gollum into wet concrete because she wanted to see if he could meld into it. And he gets trapped in the wet concrete and just gives up and says, I guess I live here now. It's a terrible fucking shift. They get a call about a burglary in progress, and Robert sends Malevola, but Invisigal tags along. Robert says, hey man, what are you doing? And she says, I'm not getting cut. Robert watches on security cams as Invisigal trips Malevola as she chases after the thief. Malevola calls Invisigal a bitch and whips out a demon sword, which, hot.
Yep.
On the cams, we see the thief is the same laser cutter asshole who broke into Granny's donuts.
Oh.
Robert pulls up his file, and we see this is a guy called Lightning Struck, and he's a prick. Robert tells Invisigal, all right, this is now the second time you've let him get away. Invisigal says, oh, no shit, that's crazy. She's distracted when Malevola goes to tackle her to beat her ass for fucking this whole thing up. Malevola swings her busker sword at Invisigal. Robert holds his head in his hands. Chase leans over the cubicle wall and says, I tell you to cut her, but the way things are going, you should just cut the whole damn team.
Right.
You need a hard reset. Robert honestly agrees and gets on comms, telling them all to get back to the office and meet in the conference room in 20 minutes.
Gosh, this really is the office.
And, like, to be real, like, this was hard to do. I fucked up this whole shift. I got, like, 2 successes out of 10 calls. I did really bad.
I think this is one where it's almost impossible to do well.
It's really hard. The Z team reconvenes at SDN and meet in the conference room, battered, beaten, and bummed out. Robert enters the room full of egos and tells them to sit down. They ignore him and shit-talk at each other. Robert asks everyone to pay attention so they can get started. As he does, Gollum bursts in and pushes Robert across the room, sending him flying into some loose chairs. The whole room laughs their asses off, and Flambe says, oh, this guy's got the power of flight! Like, he's such a dick about it. Gollum ignores them all. Robert tells Gollum, no, get out of here. Yeah, you Barney Rubble, fuck off. You can ask one of your team members to fill you in later. Gollum steps to Robert and says, and what if I don't? Robert promises him, then I'll kick you out of the whole Phoenix program, and you can go back to whatever life you thought was so lame you thought coming here was an improvement. Or you can step outside and think about what you want from all of this and why you're here.
Damn, putting his dick on the table on that one.
Robert turns to the rest. Something everyone in this room should be thinking about. Gollum stares him down, but does turn, and he leaves the conference room. Gollum stands outside and looks in through the blinds at the conference room, and then Robert closes the blinds, icing him out. Blonde Blazer and Chase come in, Chase still cradling baby Beef. Blonde Blazer asks Robert why Gollum is sitting outside, and Robert tells her that he's in timeout.
In timeout.
They all take seats around the table, with Blonde Blazer, Robert, and Chase with baby Beef sitting at the head. Robert addresses them, saying, as you know, by the end of the day, one of you will be cut from the team. They collectively are annoyed and think this is bullshit. Prism tells Blonde Blazer she blames Robert for not knowing what he's doing. Robert looks at Prism and says, hey, Nicki Mirage, I'm standing right here. You can talk to me. She says, I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Which weak-ass superhero squad did you come from? Fucking Geek Squad? And Robert tells her, it doesn't matter where I came from, Cardi C. What matters is I'm here to figure out who stays and who goes.
Oh, the insults in this game, like, oh, they're so good.
The writing is fucking great. Punch Up pipes in and says, Yeah, chill out, lady. Let the man talk. Prism grabs a spike out of Coop's suit and holds it to Punch Up's throat, asking, "You talking shit, you hipster motherfucker? Over here looking like Mumford fucked all his sons." Tom, the way I had to pause this game to cry laughing. She said, "You look like Mumford fucked all his sons and I'm supposed to move on with my life?"
Right, no.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I love that they're all music insults for some reason, too.
Ugh. Punch Up, knife to his throat, says, "See, that was funny. We're just busting balls." Like, he's such a down-ass motherfucker. He's like, "That's a good bar."
I love when they all have to admit that was a great insult.
Yeah. Prism tells him to keep talking. You won't have any of your inbred balls left to bust. And this is where I fell in love with Prism. She sits back down. Coop tells her, "Ask next time, or there won't be a next time." Because, she took one of her stab things.
Honestly, that's fair.
Prism hits back with, "Don't threaten me, you butter knife bitch."
Butter knife bitch. God damn.
And this is when I was like, yeah, I am in love with Prism.
Right.
Robert promises to make this quick. He says this room is full of run-of-the-mill, vanilla-ass villains. But he tells them, "I see potential. Unfortunately, it's a curse, because there isn't a thing in the universe that goes more wasted than potential. I'm here to lift the curse of potential by getting you to fucking do something with it. You're all part of the Phoenix program. A phoenix is a beautiful bird of prey that was so sick of its own immortality, it tricked a sun god into burning it to shit. But instead of dying, the phoenix emerged from the ash, reborn. All of you in this room are like the phoenix and set this program on fire."
I like that he doesn't go with like, "You're all giving an opportunity." No, he's like, "No, you guys fucked this up."
Yeah, you guys are begging for death. Baby Beef sniffs the air around him loudly. Robert continues saying, "I'm pushing the dumpster fire away from the building so you can be reborn. The phoenix symbolizes redemption. It's what you're here for. It's what connects everyone in this room. The burn leading up to who you were born to be." Invisigal appears, already seated, having sat through this while invisible. She says, "Phoenix is also a lame-ass band my roommate listens to."
More music insults.
Robert tells her she's late. Malevolous says, "I like the band Phoenix." Without looking at her, Invisigal says, "Ugh, you would." Invisigal says, "I've been here the whole time." And Robert says, "Great, so you, Miss Hot Topic Sale, knows that we're cutting someone, and you're at the bottom of the leaderboard." He tells them all to have a better second shift and walks out, followed by Blonde Blazer and Chase with Baby Beef.
Honestly, for somebody with asthma, she holds her breath for extraordinary amounts of time.
Oh, her lung capacity is insane for how bad her lungs are.
Yeah.
Robert sits back down at his desk, unsmashed Twinkies in hand, and sips his coffee. The Z team appears on his screen, and he gets ready for a better second shift. Blonde Blazer does tell Robert that was a really good speech. The second shift goes on without any sabotages. The team largely isn't talking shit or getting on each other's nerves. They're working pretty well together. Out of about 20 calls, we got 15 done successfully.
Nice.
Which, yeah, not too bad. We did have one call about lightning struck showing up, but unfortunately, my little Phoenix dummies let him get away.
Again.
Invisigal refused to go after that call because she simply didn't want to deal with the same asshole again. Robert gets an alert that Invisigal is out of network, and he spots her on a security camera smoking a cigarette in a playground and asks, "What the fuck is wrong with her?" She is dejected and says, "One more strike against me, right? You gotta get rid of someone. I'm making it easier for you." And Robert tells her, "No, you're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you."
I'm gonna reject you before you reject me.
Ugh, I love her. Invisigal says, "Look, some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them. I'm not meant to be. Blazer and Phenomenon have hero powers. I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and sulk in the shadows. My powers let me steal and watch famous people fuck."
Nobody asked about that part.
Yeah, you're kind of voluntarily just admitting to a crime. I'm pretty sure that's a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a villain, but that's like a fucked up crime.
That's yeah.
It's in the stars, the way Blonde Blazer is always meant to be a hero. Robert tells her, I'm sorry, you're looking in the stars? Those are just rocks or gas or alien cum. They're not even real. Any message you're getting is just light that took thousands of years to hit your eyeballs. So if you're getting any messages, it's useless because it was some fucker that died thousands of years ago. Fate, destiny, powers, seasonal depression, none of those things kept me from being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a hero again.
God, Robert really is like just a perfect quintessential hero, though.
Oh, he's so good.
And it is about like your choices that make you the hero.
Yeah.
You know?
Don't watch people fuck.
No.
Robert gets a ping that there's a jewelry store robbery nearby, and you guessed it, it's fucking lightning struck again. He starts laughing. He's like, okay, bitch, you want to talk about fate? That lightning struck fuck is on a spree 2 blocks away from you. Maybe the third time's a charm. Invisigal ashes her cigarette and says, nah, man, I told you I'm out. Robert does not want to hear it. He tells her to take her anger out on him. He says, you know what I like to do when I'm pissed? I like to punch things. And this kind of perks Invisigal up. She's like, oh my god, I do love punching things.
Punching sounds fun.
And Robert tells her, you're great at it. Go be great at it one more time. Or are you just going to sit there and subject kids to secondhand smoke? He watches Invisigal give her cigarette to a teen boy, and Robert begs her not to give the cigarette to a child, but she says, what? He's the one I bummed it off of. Which is so real.
It's so real, though.
How many times have you had a cigarette on, like, a playground?
Oh my god.
Million.
Like, so many, especially as a teenager.
Most of the cigarettes I had as a teenager were at a playground.
Right.
Regrettably, this is very relatable.
Many adults have bummed cigarettes off me when I was a child, honestly. Kids don't smoke. Don't get started.
Don't
but
do it.
I'm just saying, I was one of them.
At the jewelry store, Lightning Struck is beating the shit out of a security guard. He's joined by a bunch of assholes who are breaking cases and loading up on fine gems. Quietly, Invisigal takes some of the unarmed assholes out one by one, pulling their bodies out from under them and hiding them. Lightning Struck realizes he's alone and gets nervous and fires up his laser cutter. He asks, is that you, Donut Girl? You sure you want to do this again? He fires off random shots, and Robert walks Invisigal through where Lightning Struck is. The lights and cameras get shot out, but Robert is able to help out and overrides the master lights, temporarily blinding Lightning Struck so Invisigal can attack him quickly. She manages to grab a pearl necklace, and she chokes him out. Invisigal gets him on the ground, steps on him, trying a few different catchphrases before landing on, lights out, Thundercuck.
Oh, that's actually really good.
It's hard. He goes unconscious with her foot on his neck. Invisigal gets her bag up and pulls Thundercuck into custody at the SDN offices. As she walks in with Thundercuck in handcuffs, the whole team claps. They call him Thundercuck, Bangle Boy, Bangle Bitch. They just call him Bitch at some point. Bangle Bitch Boy, all sorts of variations of Bangle and Bitch. Everyone's really happy for Invisigal. Robert and Blonde Blazer watch on as they all congratulate Invisigal. He asks Blonde Blazer, why are those assholes not being assholes to her? And Blonde Blazer giggles and says, well, isn't this what you were looking for? And he's like, yeah, I just didn't think it would work. The Z team starts taking selfies with Invisigal to celebrate her big win. Blonde Blazer explains that on Robert's comms, he accidentally was broadcasting his conversation with Invisigal to the whole branch.
Oh, damn.
Everyone knew she was going through some shit, but they also heard Robert pep talk her and get her through the ordeal and catch the bad guy.
Like, Robert doesn't have superpowers, but his gift of gab and his, like, speech-making abilities, that is his actual superpower.
His charisma is insane.
Off the charts.
Blonde Blazer says, you know, it's not so bad. One dispatcher accidentally told the whole branch about his botched circumcision.
Why would that ever come up?
Just, you know, I'm at work talking about my dick.
Right, in a private conversation that shouldn't come up, let alone broadcast the whole company.
That's deeply funny. She asks him, okay, but like, did you really mean all that? Or was it just what you thought she needed to hear? Robert tells her, I want it to work. Someone like Invisigal turning it all around is what this program's all for. I'm rooting for her. And Blonde Blazer says, so am I. And I'm glad we're on the same page. Robert goes to Blonde Blazer's desk and she says, all right, so it's between Coop and Sonar. catching lightning struck really gave Invisigal a big boost. She's not the lowest ranking anymore. And then she tells Robert, I know I'm not supposed to play favorites, but even if she was on the bottom, I don't think I would let you cut her. Coop and Sonar are tied for last right now, and she tells Robert, look, it's your call, but whatever you do, I support you the whole way. So I sent Coop to superhero training, and I think she's got a better track record than Sonar. Like, Sonar has a Harvard degree to fall back on. He's fine. And plus, I think he took a bunch of cocaine from a drug bust call I sent him on.
Yeah.
So, in my mind, he's a bit of a liability. Also, he ate all my Twinks.
This was a really hard decision, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The first time I played it, yeah, I definitely sent Sonar packing, but second time I did it, I did send Coop packing just to see what the difference was. It's a difficult choice either way because they both are awesome in the end.
They are.
Yeah.
And they're great performers.
Yeah, they both have great performances. Like, this is I hate that they made you do this, to be real.
Yeah. So I did decide to cut Sonar. Robert tells Blonde Blazer, look, Sonar used his distress beacon before he even left the building today.
He really did.
So I'm not sure it's going to work out. She asks what happened, and Robert tells her, okay, he thought he was going to see boobs, and he got tricked.
It makes sense cutting Sonar, to be real.
He's
Like,
kind of an idiot. Blonde Blazer has simultaneously too much and not enough information. Robert heads out of her office to talk to Sonar, and before he leaves, Blonde Blazer tells him, great work today. And you know what? She really meant that. Robert pulls Sonar into the conference room and says, I'm sure you know why you're here, but he does not.
he's it's so funny because, like, his intelligence in the game is really high, but he does not fucking see this coming at all.
He's completely book smart, but not people smart.
No.
Robert tells Sonar he's cutting him. Sonar is so upset. He thought he was above Invisigal, but Robert explains that her last dispatch put her above him. Sonar rips off his tie and slams it on the table. His human-like arms turn into the monster bat claws, and Sonar morphs into a massive bat and screeches at Robert. Sonar says, this isn't over. And Robert says, it actually is. You are fired. Sonar gets angry and tells Robert to watch his back and yells, fuck you, as he leaves. Robert goes back to his desk, still holding Sonar's tie. He pins it to the wall of his cubicle. Chase tells him, you know, you're lucky he just stopped at the tie. He calls Robert over to his cubicle to show him that he's got a new dog bed, he's got dog toys, and he has dog treats for baby Beef.
I love that it's not his dog, but he is willing to spend all of his money on him.
Beef is laying on his back, showing his tummy, and gleefully chirping up at his two dads. Robert tells Chase that you're spoiling him, and then he picks up Beef, who licks his face. Chase and Robert look over at the leaderboard, where Invisigal is watching as her name goes above Coop and Sonar. She smiles and then takes a picture of the board. Then, she's caught. She turns and sees Robert and Chase watching her, and she goes invisible. Baby Beef sniffs at the air, and Invisigal appears near them. Chase tells her, I still would have cut you. Invisigal pets Baby Beef and thanks Robert before going invisible. And he's actually quite surprised at her warmth here. Now here's how I did. Me and 30% of players cut Sonar, which I thought would be the more clear decision.
Wow, really?
Coop is an assassin. That is very helpful when fighting crime.
And she's so hot.
She's so fucking cool. Me and 24% of players kicked Gollum out. Me and 99% of players helped Invisigal against Lightning Cuck, which, like, it was part of the mission. How did you fuck that up?
Yeah, right?
Me and 13% of players said, you set the program on fire. Me and 32% of players said, fuck the stars. And then I performed better than 30% of players in today's shift, which probably because I fucked up the one where they were all fucking with each other.
I just don't know how you could do better in that one.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Now, we are getting into episode 4, Restructure, and this is spicy. Invisigal is naked and grinding on her bed.
Oh.
She switches positions and flashes in and out of invisibility in the dark as she lets her body erupt with pleasure. From between her legs, a face emerges and crawls up to her face. She puts his thumb on her lips. She meets Robert's gaze. He looks deep into her eyes, eye fucking her while he wiener fucks her. She wakes up, frantic and confused about having dreamed about fucking her boss nearly to completion. She giggles and says, "Oh, fuck," as she wakes up.
Honestly, this was graphic.
This was very graphic to start an episode with. I was like, whoa!
There's a lot of nudity in this scene. Like, this is damn near, like, Skinamax porno.
I got up to Rule 33 and then this happened.
Yeah.
Like, what? Across town, Robert wakes up in his terrible serial killer apartment. He slept on a plastic chair with Beef next to him on a pillow. You know, like a crazy person. He wakes up, gets ready, and he and Beef head into the office. Beef is starting to get used to this new routine. Robert and Beef get to the dispatch desk and Robert logs in, and immediately his computer is overrun by the sound of sonar screaming. It is too early for this shit, and the entire office watched this, and he is mortified at the prank. Punch-Up and Flambe burst out laughing, and what a good prank that was.
It's pretty good.
Malevola flips Robert off. Now, some of the backstory is that Malevola and Sonar used to do crimes together, and they were raging cokeheads. They fucking love drugs. And then eventually they kind of hit a wall, and Malevola's like, "We gotta get clean, especially you. You are a raging cokehead." And like Sonar was way more into it, but she was like, "Hey, we could go into this Phoenix program at SDN and it can help get us sober and we won't do as much cocaine." And she's the one that really convinced Sonar to come with them.
Oh, Jesus.
And he just got fired.
Yeah, you just sent him back relapsing pretty hard.
Yeah. Now Chase explains, you know, Malevola and Sonar were pretty close. It's actually probably some demon shit. Like, he's a bat and she's a demon. It's witchy shit, right? Like, he doesn't know their backstory.
He doesn't get it.
But I do, because I'm a real fan. Invisigal walks by, and Chase pokes fun at her for staring at Robert. She scowls and walks off. That's like her whole deal. It's like, eh. Chase tells Robert that Blonde Blazer is looking to backfill Sonar's spot with either Phenomeman, her ex-boyfriend, or Waterboy, that strange boy that keeps puking on things. Robert says, okay, so one is the poster boy for SDN, and the other pukes water. What am I missing? And as if to answer his question in real time, Robert and Chase look up at a TV that's showing a live feed of a deeply depressed Phenomenon holding up the 405 by walking slowly and sulking. The breakup is not easy for him, and he is unraveling.
He looks like shit, too.
A car tries to go around him, and he raises his fist at the car.
He's like, come on, motherfucker.
The news anchor speculates if Phenomenon is suicidal. But just to remind you of the other option, Waterboy throws up on the TV and then begins to mop the TV.
It's not how you clean a TV, dude.
He's surrounded by idiots.
And he's like doing it while the office is open. Everybody's watching it.
And everyone's like, why are you doing this? Like, they're both decent Z-Team material right now, in all fairness. Robert goes to Royd's workshop to check out the Mechaman suit. It looks like Royd did figure out an astral pulse replacement, and Robert gets the suit powered up to test it out.
That was pretty quick.
Royd is pleased to see the suit is firing up well. Robert tries out some jumping jacks, but this overpowers the suit, and the astral pulse fires out. The suit falls backwards, and Royd runs in with a fire extinguisher. Royd promises that they'll get there. Robert hops out and starts looking at the suit schematics. Invisigal shows up, becoming visible right behind Robert. She looks at Robert hard, and he asked, I'm sorry, did you just give me an up-down?
Ooh, an up-down.
She doesn't answer, but we all know what she's thinking.
Yeah.
Royd explains that with this branch of the SDN, they get all the cool confiscated shit from the bad guys, which gives them a lot of possibilities for upgrades. Invisigal goes to check out the suit and asks Robert if he's ever jacked off in there. Which is just so, like, she's like, I'm horny now.
Right. And he absolutely has.
Well, mine didn't. Robert says, no, I was usually pretty busy using it to fight crime. I don't jerk off at work. Mine is very, like, justice-based, Robert.
You're not a guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gross. Invisigal looks him in the eyes and says, you don't jerk off at work? That makes one of us. She's not a guy, but Jesus Christ. She stares into Robert deeply, and Royd says, "You two have weird energy. Can you take this HR violation somewhere else?" Robert walks away to keep tinkering while Invisigal sends Robert to Blonde Blazer's office. She's tugging at a dress she's putting on for an SDN event tonight. It's blue and it's very tight on her frame. She's still wearing her blue face mask and the red gem from her uniform, and it dangles on her chest as like a pendant to a necklace. She asks Robert to zip her up, and Robert wonders aloud, what is happening today?
Everybody's horny.
Everyone wants to fuck me. With the dress on, Blonde Blazer asks, how do I look? Robert points out that her areola is showing.
It really is, too. Like, we've seen both female leads' tits in this episode alone.
Pretty closely. Blonde Blazer tucks it back in and says, look, I don't usually hear the word areola out loud.
Who says that?
Doctors? Robert agrees it's not a word that comes up too often. This is bad conversation, Robert. You gotta spit better game than this.
Let's move past the tits.
Yeah. Blonde Blazer tells Robert that she was supposed to go to this event with Phenomenon, but word about the breakup is out, so he's not going. Robert looks out the window to see Phenomenon passed out on top of a car. Blonde Blazer explains that, yeah, the downtown branch actually just dropped him and he's on indefinite suspension.
Oh, God. He's too depressed to work.
He's too depressed to work. She asks Robert to talk to him because, hey, you know what? You're the pep talk guy. You've been through a transition recently. It makes sense.
You've probably been broken up with plenty of times.
You've definitely been dumped before. Plus, the only candidates to join the team are either him or Waterboy. Oh, and while you're talking to him, could you tell him to stop with the edible arrangements? He keeps sending them, but only with melon.
Oh, what is wrong with you?
Robert says, oh my God, that's disgusting. I'll see what I can do. Robert goes to the parking lot where Phenomenon has bloodshot eyes and 1,000-yard stare. Robert asks, hey, how you doing, bud? Phenomenon says, I have been better, Robert Robertson. Blonde Blazer and I have ended our relationship. It was very abrupt. One moment we were savoring uni straight from the urchin. The next moment, I'm contemplating flying into the sun, absorbing all its energy, and casting this planet into indefinite darkness so I never have to see her or anyone else again.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe then, I would be free of the torment in my soul. Which is such a vibe.
Like, he's never been broken up with before. Like, truly.
Have you? Like, do you know this feeling?
I mean, yeah, I've had my heart broken before, but, like, that is... Jesus Christ, man, that's a little bit of an overreaction.
Blonde Blazer's pretty cute. Like, he fumbled. It sucks. Now, Robert gets this. He's like, hey, man, I've been there. Last time I went through a breakup, I drank mezcal until I blacked out, and I was convinced I died and turned into a zombie. But it turns out I had just passed out in a urinal and got thrown in a dumpster.
Who throws somebody into a dumpster? That's great.
He doesn't go to the best bars.
No, true.
Like, he's at the Torrance dive bar scene where they just be throwing people away.
It was probably flambe.
It's like, I fucking hate this guy. I'm glad you got dumped, bitch. Phenomenon appreciates this offering of sadness and asks Robert if he thinks she met someone else. Now Robert is like, that bitch is flirting.
Yeah.
But he tells him, I don't think there is, but even if there was, wouldn't that make you feel worse? And no, honestly, on my end of things, the last time I went through a breakup, which was a very long time ago, I was like, oh my God, I just don't want to be the last taste in your mouth.
Oh,
like,
wow.
That's all I was thinking about. It was like, I really hope you move on so I don't have to do this. And you know what? I had to block someone on Words with Friends. That's how that shit went.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe I'm just like too practical, but I'm like, when we're done, we're done.
You're very straightforward and direct.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not interested in this. And then I'm genuinely, and if someone's like, I'm not interested in you, I'm like, sick. All right, I'm going to move on then. Like, I like change tracks very quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe this is too much about me. We need to. Anyway, back to Robert. Robert breaks it down and he's like, look, she made her decision. She doesn't want to be with you. But hey, while we're at it, no more edible arrangements. They're stinking up the break room. Phenomenon is not a man. He's an alien, but he resembles one anatomically. And he says he has much to learn about people. And then he thanks Robert for this talk.
So that explains a lot of why he is so strange, too.
Yeah, he is a weird dude, but like he's not from here. He's just different.
He just doesn't know customs and, the way humans work.
Yeah. Phenomenon gets off the car quickly, sending shards of glass from the broken windshield into Robert's chest.
He moves so fast forward, it like catapults off of him and just right into Robert's chest, who doesn't really notice it happened.
Yeah, and like he kind of low-key doesn't look until Phenomenon goes, "Wow, there's a bunch of glass shards in your chest." And Robert goes, "Ah, shit, I'm bleeding."
Literally just blood pouring out of him.
Robert goes to the bathroom to pick glass shards out of his chest. He's there shirtless with tweezers when Invisigal appears behind him. She asks, "Where was the shootout?" And now she's like kind of going harder on flirty. Like, we saw her punch him in the face, like kind of be a little disrespectful, and now she's completely turned on by him.
Now she's following him into the bathroom. Which
is not acceptable behavior, everyone. Don't do that.
But not a surprise for somebody who admitted to watching celebrities fuck.
And I can't, that's like a consent thing, right? Like, there's some crime in that I can't quite put my finger on.
Yeah, peeping Toms are illegal.
She's a peeping Invisigal.
Yeah.
Tom. You're just Tom.
I'm the Tom. No. What? No.
Oh. What do your nieces and nephews call you?
No. We don't say that one.
Anyway, how's the cabin? Robert tells... I'm so sorry. Robert tells her shootout was in the parking lot. I didn't think having a desk job would have me bleeding this often. Invisigal walks to the sink and sits on the counter, telling him, "I had a dream last night that we were fucking."
Oh, wow. Just coming out with it.
Usually I don't remember my dreams, but this one was pretty vivid. Robert asks, "All right, how'd I do?"
That's the only way you should respond, honestly.
Or you can say, "Hey man, I'm in the shitter at work. Let's not do this."
Fair.
But yeah, Robert's like, "Well, was it good?" And Invisigal lies and says she didn't finish. And without looking up, Robert corrects her with, "That's not what I asked. We're talking about me."
Ooh.
Ah!
God damn.
Invisigal giggles and says, "I'm doing that thing where I imagine how it would feel being with someone." A toilet flushes, and they hear Waterboy splashing and then apologizing profusely.
He's just shitting his brains out. Like, it is so violent. That is the sound of someone who was holding it for as long as they possibly could and just couldn't fucking hold it anymore.
Invisigal's a fucking moron.
She really is.
No, after this horrific splashdown, Robert tells Invisigal that bathrooms are for shitting after your first coffee or for taking shrapnel out of your chest, not for whatever this is. Now, Invisigal is like, "Well, I'm mad now." She gets mad and she yells at the stalls at Waterboy saying, "You're ruining this for me!"
She's mortified.
Like, what was your endgame, though? To fuck in the men's bathroom at work at 9 a.m.?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that was her goal in this whole situation, but
she's a fucking moron.
Her plan was to be vulnerable in front of Robert, not in front of Robert and Waterboy.
And instead, Waterboy was the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
From behind the stall, Waterboy apologizes profusely again.
Poor guy.
Invisigal goes invisible and storms out. Robert goes to his dispatch desk and plays with Beef a little bit, calling him a little menace before logging into his shift. The shift is kind of rough. Malevola actually quits mid-shift and tells everyone to fuck off, leading to the team being short-handed.
Ugh.
Morale is really low after Sonar got booted. I did not do great in this one. After that shift, Robert goes to the break room and eats some chocolate while staring at a melon monstrosity that Phenomenon had sent to Blonde Blazer. Waterboy is there saying, "Oh, I love Honeydew."
Of course he does.
And like, God damn it, Honeydew. Jesus, why does Cantaloupe think every time he gets invited to a party and can bring along its dumb friend Honeydew?
Easy there, Bojack.
Todd Chavez says, Robert tells Waterboy to take the whole edible arrangement. He says, "Oh, it's my lucky day. I know what's for lunch and dinner."
Oh, God, how broke are you, bro?
He's just eating old, discarded fruit.
Oh, poor guy.
Look, sometimes you eat what's in the break room, okay, Tom?
Yeah.
We're not all made of money. Sometimes you survive off of eating cereal 3 times a day at work.
LA is extraordinarily expensive.
It's so expensive. They're in Torrance, but still, like... Flambe comes in, checks out the fridge, and complains that Waterboy threw out his noodles. Waterboy digs through the trash to find Flambe's noodles, who slaps the box out of his hands and says, "I don't want the trash noodles, wet fart boy."
Oh, which means that, yeah, Invisigal definitely told everybody about what happened in the bathroom. She's calling him wet fart boy.
Wait, that's very funny. She only calls him like, "This motherfucker."
Yeah, that's the kind of thing, though, that with Invisigal, like, she was vulnerable, so she's got to, like, attack somebody else, you know?
Yeah, she's a deeply but relatably flawed person that we all know.
Yeah.
Waterboy is now covered in trash noodles.
Oh, poor guy.
Robert interjects and asks Flambe what he's doing, and Flambe brushes this off and says, "Oh, it was an accident." He tells Waterboy to aim your dick up and water piss it off. Waterboy stutters and then leaves to go rinse off. And, like, it's so deeply sad.
Yeah.
Robert goes to Flambe and asks, "How would you like it if you had to walk around work all day with shit on you?" And Flambe says, "I don't think about that because it won't happen. I'm not an idiot food thrower awayer."
Good one.
Got him there, motherfucker. Robert tells him, "Look, you don't have to be a bully about it." Flambe throws away some random person's food and tells Robert to not be a soft bitch about it. Robert grabs spaghetti out of the trash and throws it at Flambe,
Hell yeah.
nailing him in the face and getting noodles inside his mouth.
Ugh.
Robert is so good at throwing things into other people's mouths.
Intentionally, unintentionally.
Yeah, it's just, he nails that shit. He'd be great at putt-putt. Flambe spits out the trash noodles. Robert laughs at this, enjoying Flambe looking like an asshole. And he says, "I'm sorry, that was extra." Flambe begins to go into a supervillain pose and lights up his fists with fire and tells Robert, "You're gonna pay," before getting interrupted by their boss, Blonde Blazer. She enters the break room and looks up at Flambe and asks, "Wait, did you eat my lunch? Why would you do that?"
What a dick.
Robert says, "He was really hungry. Look at him." Like, he's just egging him the fuck on. Blonde Blazer is really disappointed because she was looking forward to that spaghetti. She says, "Well, if you were going to eat it, I wish you would have gotten more of it in your mouth. Go clean this up and clean yourself up and, you know, pick me up a BLT and we'll call it even."
I love the idea that she thinks that Flambe is just the messiest fucking eater.
She has no sense of, like, there's clearly tension in this room and food being thrown. She's like, "Oh, you ate my spaghetti."
Yeah.
Flambe accepts this and leaves. Blonde Blazer asks Robert, "Okay, so who's it going to be? Phenomenon or Waterboy?" And Robert confirms, "Are you sure those are my only 2 options?" Now, this is where Tom and I differed on our first playthrough. So, on some behind-the-scenes shit, I wrote this episode while I was playing it, just to make sure I could track all of my choices and everything going through it. And I would play an episode, I'd work on my episode, and then Tom would come down and play the same episode, and I would, like, refine it and kind of go through language and make sure I had all the names right and everything. And this was our first big diversion because
Really?
I picked Waterboy.
Honestly, it's the better choice, I think.
And here's the thing, I didn't tell you about most of my choices.
No,
like,
you did not.
We both cut Sonar in our first playthroughs, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes." And then
Right.
you picked Phenomenon and talked so much shit about Waterboy. You're like, "This useless wet motherfucker."
Here's the thing, I really thought Waterboy was gonna be a secret villain. Not to, like, spoil later, because he's not. I really thought Waterboy, I did not fucking trust that guy. I was like, no, he's almost too bumbling. Like, he's performatively bumbling. That I thought to the point of, like...
He's a performative male.
Yeah, where I was just like, no, he's gonna be a super villain that, like, he's gonna be Shroud or some shit. Like,
He's secretly Shroud.
yeah, like, that's genuinely what I thought was what we were, like, leading to. So I was like, nah, fuck Waterboy. I don't trust this motherfucker. I'm gonna say straight up, you can trust Waterboy. And I do think picking Waterboy is the better choice, because it's like, God, this poor guy gets shit on so much, including by me while I was playing it.
Tom, I was just like, he's a nice boy.
Yeah, he really is.
He likes cats. I get sweaty. I get it. Like, it's nothing wrong. So I picked Waterboy.
Okay, yeah.
And Robert says, Waterboy seems more stable than Phenomenon right now.
He is, too. Oh my god, the playthrough with Phenomenon, he's just depressed the entire time he's on your team.
Blonde Blazer says, Waterboy really looks up to you. He knows you're Mechaman and he hasn't told anyone. Like, and this I'm like, he's a nice boy. I love a nice boy.
Yeah.
I'm not the kind of person that's like, oh, you're bad. I love it. Unless it's a woman. But with boys, I want them to be like pure of heart.
Yeah, truly.
In the locker room, Robert has taken a quick shower and sees Waterboy inside the shower, still sending noodles down the drain. Waterboy is fully dressed and he's just like, I just need the noodles off of me. Oh, jeez. And he says, hey, Robert, Blonde, Miss Blaze, she talked to me. I'm just really jizzed to join you.
Why did he say jizz to join? Like, come on, you're not from another planet like the way Phenomenon is. You know the right words.
Tom, he's from the Inland Empire. We don't know how they work out there. Robert corrects him, saying, hey, man, don't say you're jizz. The word is jazzed, and we're jazzed to have you.
And honestly, jazz is also kind of synonym for jizz. But anyway.
What, in Broad City, where he's like, I jazzed everywhere?
Yeah, exactly.
Waterboy was raised by his grandma. You know, he's not up on the cool lingo. Robert showers and sits back down at his desk, headset on, ready for a new shift with his newest recruit. The team fucking hates this. They're not excited. Malevolent just out loud says, no! Punch Up just says, this is bullshit. And Invisigal thinks this is a joke and keeps waiting for, like, the other shoe to drop.
Right.
Waterboy stutters and asks, wait, is this a joke? Blonde Blazer assures everyone, no, this is not a joke. Why are you all so fucking mean? This shift goes a lot better than the first one. Waterboy does suck right now, but he levels up very quickly, which is nice.
Yeah, honestly, his potential is limitless.
Yeah, and like he is evenly bad at everything, so when you level him up, you can fill in gaps in your lineup. So like Prism, for example, she's influencer and a pop star. She has crazy charisma. I maxed her the fuck out on charisma. So like I don't need him to be good at charisma.
Right.
You know, and like I think Flambe, I taught him how to fly, so his agility's really fast. Like he can zip the fuck around. He's really great at that. I think I Golem as a brawler. So, you know, you can spread out your skills and have Waterboy just kind of fill in where you need a little extra.
And he's really good at that.
Yes, and he's eager. Chase and Robert talk about the shift, and Chase calls Waterboy a water baby bitch boy. And Robert does not fight him very much on that. Chase goes to leave for the night and tells Robert, I love you. Don't fuck this up. Robert goes to get ready to wrap up and is stopped when he sees a picture of him and his dad from when he was young. He's immediately struck with grief and swallows it. He leans back and spins in his office chair. Beef goes to him, dropping a ball at Robert's feet. He sees his coworkers leaving for the night, and soon he's alone in the office with Beef and a quiet janitor. Robert heads down the stairs with Beef bounding behind him. Robert tosses the ball outside, and instead of chasing it, Beef just kind of wanders around in a circle. They go back upstairs to the office, and Beef sniffs around, pawing at a door that smells interesting. Robert opens the door and finds Waterboy, sitting alone in a dark janitor's closet, eating honeydew, the garbage fruit.
Oh.
Waterboy is sad. He heard the team making fun of his stutter. Robert tells Waterboy to hold Beef. It'll help. Waterboy holds Beef closely. Robert tells him it's not a stutter. He just second guesses everything. It's not a stutter. It's a confidence issue. You're worried you won't say the right thing, so you can't finish the sentence. Am I blowing your mind? What are you afraid of? What's the worst that can happen? Waterboy says, I don't know, they call me useless. They think I suck. And Robert tells him, they say that all the time.
To each other.
Yeah. Worrying about it didn't stop a thing. So fuck them. Fuck me. Fuck everything. From now on, stop worrying about what anyone thinks. Which is just good life advice.
Really is.
Robert leaves and brings Beef back to his desk to grab his shit for the night. He sees a flash on his screen that Invisigal is out of range and he checks on her. She's at a movie theater, boots propped up on the seat in front of her, like a bitch.
I was gonna say, like an asshole.
It's the rudest shit. Robert pops on his headset and says, "Hey, what you watching?" Invisigal tells him, "Typecast 2. Are you spying on me?" He tells her, "Well, technically you're still on the clock, and I didn't peg you for a rom-com fan." Invisigal says, "If I'm on the clock, you shouldn't be pegging me with anything, Robert." That's extremely inappropriate, especially since I'm usually the pegger and not the peggee.
Oh, God.
And I was like, yep, I love her too.
Yep.
I love everyone in this game.
Oh, this is a bisexual nightmare of a game.
Truly. Robert asked her to tell him how the movie is. He wanted to see it. She tells him she's got like 20 more minutes of trailers, so we're not there yet. He asks if she's alone, and she says, "I'm a loner, Robbie. A rebel."
Oh, gosh. Quoting Pee Wee Herman. I love her so much.
She's so fucking hot and cool and mean. Yeah, if it's a male character, I want them to be pure of heart. I want no semblance of any darkness in them. I want them to just be a nice boy. And if it's a woman, I want her to stomp my heart out and spit into my eyeball. There's something deeply wrong with me, and that's fine.
All of us, though. It's okay.
She says it just sucks because she goes in invisible and sneaks in, but she can't get snacks if she sneaks in. And she loves movie theater popcorn. But going invisible to steal popcorn is not sneaky. It's too risky.
Oh my God, just buy it. I know it's expensive.
Tom, do you know how expensive popcorn is?
You saved money on the ticket. Buy the fucking popcorn.
Robert checks his phone, and he has a text from Blonde Blazer asking if he's up for a late dinner. And here's another big choice. Here's what I did. I texted her back and asked for a rain check.
Okay.
I like a mean girl.
Yeah, me too.
I like a mean girl. And you know what? Here's my thing with Blonde Blazer. She broke up with someone like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Let her fucking live. Like, you need to be single sometimes to figure out who you are. You just got out of like a reasonably serious relationship.
Right. And like, as Robert, don't go in knowing you're the rebound.
Yeah, that's
sometimes
messy.
that can be fun. Don't get me wrong. But like,
that's messy.
It's messy, and especially with a coworker.
It's just the whole thing felt too messy with Blonde Blazer. So I was like, I don't like the power dynamic. I don't like that I'm homies with her ex, and that he's leaning on my shoulder to like get over the breakup. You know, like that was a good heart to heart.
Yeah,
it feels like a lot of betrayal to Phenomenon. If you're like, I'm gonna try and fuck your ex immediately,
and like you don't want him on your bad side, probably.
No. And honestly, like if we're gonna look at it, like Invisigal also messy, but hot messy.
She knows she's messy,
and she speaks straight up like, I imagined us fucking. Like,
yeah.
Let me make your dreams come true.
Also, on a completely superficial level, I prefer brunettes.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
That's not my business, I guess. I don't know. I do think she's physically more attractive than Blonde Blazer.
A lot more.
Yeah. I think they're both very beautiful, but I would let Invisigal hit first.
I am no gentleman, so I do not prefer blondes.
What the fuck is wrong with you? So Robert tells Invisigal that he hasn't seen the first typecast, and he's like, so what happened in the first movie? Invisigal goes on and on about the premise, and it's this like actress who's going for a big role, and there's some like mistaken identity bullshit, just like cheesy rom-com shit. Now, by the time Invisigal catches Robert up on the first movie, she looks up and he is standing over her with a big soda, candy, and a bucket of movie theater popcorn.
That he definitely paid for.
Oh, yeah. He nudges her and sits next to her. And she asks, "Oh, so what, are we like friends now, or is this team building?" And Robert says, "Why? Do you want us to be friends?" She says, "I ain't decided yet." Robert leans over and says, "Would have been nice to know before I spent $86. And Invisigal looks him in the eyes and says, "I'm not gonna fuck you because you bought me a bucket of corn." I love her so much.
She's gonna fuck you for completely different reasons.
Robert sighs and asks her to be normal for just like 1 second.
No.
Invisigal says this is nice, and Robert asks if she likes Sour Patch Kids and hands her a bag. She says, "I fucking love Sour Patch Kids."
Who doesn't?
And he says, "Cool, me too." Invisigal looks pleased, and they watch a shitty rom-com together, alone, in the dark. Here's how I did. So this is actually a majority thing. Me and 55% of players added Waterboy to the team.
Okay, yeah.
Me and 58% of players watched a movie with Invisigal because we love her.
Damn right.
Me and 61% of players threw spaghetti at Flambe. The other choice I think was a protein shake, but I think it's funnier. Noodles for noodles.
Yeah, exactly.
Me and 79% of players warned Blonde Blazer about her areolas.
Okay, so that's good that, like, so many people were like, do the right thing. Tell her, like, her titties out.
That's on girl code.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, like, I told a cashier at the store the other day his fly was down. Like, I can't as a person just be like, yo, look like shit.
Yeah.
Have fun. That's not okay.
We help each other out.
Yeah, and he was very cordial about it. I was like, this could be awkward. I don't want you to think I'm looking at your crotch, but the zipper is literally hitting the register, and it's weird, dude. He's a very tall man. It was strange. Now, I also do want to, this is mild speculation, but it was confirmed. I just don't have all the details. There was a sex scene that was cut out of the game.
Really?
Not the one that made it, obviously, but there was an additional one that was left on the cutting room floor.
Oh, goodness.
I do not have confirmation of who it was. I assume it's a Robert sex scene. Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah.
Who knows? Episode 5, Team Building. Robert is in the locker room of SDN. He puts his work clothes in the locker and gets ready to hit the gym. He runs on the treadmill, sprinting for his life. He hits the jump rope. He remembers a Mechaman mission where he walked into a flaming mall to find Flambe. Flambe is a full fireball, flying around while Mechaman evades him, eventually punching him head on. In the gym, Robert hits the punching bag, and then he does chest presses. He works out hard, knowing how much strength it takes to be a hero. Eventually, caught in his head, Robert loses his strength and can't get the bar off his chest.
Oh, shit.
Here, Flambe leans over him and asks if he needs some help, but he says it, like, really condescendingly. Flambe pulls the bar off of Robert and reminds him not to lift without a spotter.
That's just general good advice.
Yeah. He also mentions to Robert that he's super fucking strong, and this is not difficult because he's a real hero. Dipshit. Fuck you, Robert. Like, he hates Robert so much. Robert thanks him for babysitting, and Flambe appreciates the gesture and pats him on the head. Flambe tells Robert he can't get injured. They need him behind the desk to help the real heroes.
Gosh, like, he's helpful, but still a dick.
Yeah. Robert asks Flambe how his eyebrows got burned off, which pisses Flambe off. Flambe brags that he got into an actual fight with an actual superhero. He gets in Robert's face and tells him to get his flat ass off the bench, which is also like, what are you? You're just mean.
Yeah,
I
also,
love it.
You're checking out Robert's ass,
Yeah.
clearly.
At Robert's desk, there's a box of donuts from Waterboy. The box is very wet, but the gesture is very sweet. Beef naps on his desk pillow, and Robert logs in for the first shift of the day. The shift wasn't bad, the Z-Team are getting along, and Waterboy does seem to be a bit more confident than he was in the last shift. I sent him on superhero training to get his stats up, because, like, occasionally there's moments where Blonde Blazer will be like, I can help someone.
Right.
Let me level someone up. And I'm like, please take Waterboy. I need him to be less useless. There was one rough call that Blonde Blazer explained would be an automatic fail. It's way over the scope of what the team can do. This call was with a crime syndicate called the Red Ring. Dun, dun,
no.
dun. It was a bummer, but it happens. During the break between shifts, Robert and Big Baby Beef go to eat in the break room. Prism and Malevola are in there, gossiping a bit, trying to figure out what superhero Robert used to be. Whoever wins the pool gets $936.
It's a very specific number.
They had a very specific amount of cash they could throw into the pot for this. They ask Robert for some hints on who he used to be, and Robert shows them he's double-jointed. He and I can do the same creepy-ass thumb-popping thing that Tom thinks is terrible.
It goes with having your fucking shoulder pop out of its socket.
I don't think my bones are right.
No, they're
I
not.
think my bones are wrong.
Same goes for Robert.
Oh, our bones are wrong. Prism is annoyed because she really wants the $936, and she can't think of who this dork used to be. Robert takes his shitty microwave burritos and goes to Royd's workshop to tinker with the suit. Chase joins, eating one of those shitty microwave burritos, saying, here the team got into it with the Red Ring. And Chase warns him, you poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen. Robert tells him that that's not how bees work.
At all.
Now, like we saw a little earlier, the Red Ring is run by Shroud, and he's the guy who killed Robert's dad. Chase asks if Robert would kill Shroud, and Robert tells him, I'm not sure. I guess I'm just gonna have to wait and see. And Chase tells him, well, think about it. You gotta be sure. This will pay off in a later episode. Robert and Chase head back to their desks, and Big Baby Beef chooses to sit in his bed over at Chase's desk because Chase is spoiling his baby dog so much. The shift starts, but very quickly, the computer blacks out. The whole city of Torrance has lost power, and the IT guy tells Robert that they just have to use the backup generator to power everything.
Always a goddamn generator.
There's always a goddamn generator. The whole city is blacked out. But with the backup generators at SDN, Robert gets enough visibility to help out with hacking the grid and get the power back on. Unfortunately, because of the blackout, there is a shit ton of looting and chaos, so the whole team is very busy. During the blackout, Flambe asks the team for a good pickup line to send to a guy during a blackout. Ooh.
Okay.
This is a very chaotic night, and the whole squad is ready to kick back and have a good drink after that long as fuck day. The Z team is on comms, and they talk about what bars they can go to, since, a few of them are banned from the cool bars. And Robert tells them good night, and Punch Up asks, oh, I'm sorry, are you too cool to drink with us? Prism tells Robert to not be a bitch. And Gollum tells Robert to be chill for once in your goddamn life. Which is a very sweet way of them inviting him out.
It's a weird feeling where where you start to like your boss to the point you want them to hang out a little bit.
Can't relate. Literally never happened to me.
It's happened to me a couple times, both as the employee and as the boss. And you're like, it is a weird position to be in because you need to keep that distance. But there's also come on, loosen up a little bit.
I think my brain is so compartmentalized where I'm like, I'm at work. These are not real friends.
True.
These are not people I need in my personal life. And I actually go out of my way to not allow them into my personal life. I've had people from work add me on Instagram and I immediately hide my stories from them.
Right.
I hide all my statuses from them. I'm like, you can only see what is public. Fuck off. And it's not out of fuck you, I don't like you as a person. It's that this is a different part of my life that I'm not interested in sharing.
I get that. I do get that. But I'm talking more when I was in my 20s than I am older. As I'm older, yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I've been like this forever. My brain is very specific and bucketed with things. The team make plans to head to the Sardine, a villains bar downtown. It's a shitty dive bar, and Gollum is standing outside because he's literally too big to fit in the bar.
Oh, poor guy.
I think he's also canonically 20 years old. So, he's not only too big, he's also too small.
He's too young. But also, why did you bother going?
I don't know.
What else is he doing, I guess? Yeah.
Robert offers to get him a drink. The bouncer at the door at first does not let Robert in, but Invisigal comes out and tells him that Robert is with them. The bouncer immediately warns Robert not to jerk off in the bathroom.
What the fuck?
It's clearly an issue they've had. Now, the Sardine bar is dark and sticky, and it is exactly the kind of trouble I like to get into. Robert gets shoulder checked a few times while going up to meet with the team. People hate him off the bat.
Yeah, they're all supervillains.
Invisigal demands Robert buy her a drink. She says, the Sour Patch Kids were the first date, so whiskey makes sense for the second. On the third, you can buy me dinner. Robert says, that was fun. I had a good time at the movies. He breezes by that. He's like, I enjoy popcorn. That's a nice snack. Robert orders 2 fancy whiskeys, but then Prism, Malevola, and Punch-Up come up and correct the order to 5 fancy whiskeys. Robert makes one more final adjustment, telling the bartender to make it 9 shitty whiskeys.
Hell yeah.
Punch-Up likes this and says they should have invited him out earlier. The bartender lines up a bunch of whiskey, and Robert pulls them out and hands one to Waterboy and then another to Flambe.
Aww.
Flambe is looking through the karaoke book, and he's concerned about sounding like an asshole if he sings Whitney Houston. Robert confirms he would sound like an asshole if he sang Whitney Houston.
Most people sound like assholes singing Whitney Houston, except for Whitney Houston.
Girl, that's a hard fact. Robert brings a fresh drink to Coop, who is already very drunk. She tells Robert she's grateful for him and offers to kill anyone he wants as a thank you.
That's right, she was an assassin.
I'm so glad I didn't cut her. I love this energy. She sways and slurs. Robert heads outside and hands 2 drinks to Gollum, who is sadly listening to his earbuds alone on the street.
Oh, poor guy.
They toast. The bouncer says he can't have those outside, so Robert hands 1 drink to the bouncer, who lets it go.
He knows how to handle people.
He knows how to schmooze so well, and that's so sexy to me. He handles the situation.
Charisma through the roof.
Ugh. Robert makes his way to Invisigal and hands her the last drink. She's smoking and sulking in a corner booth. Robert says, everyone thinks I'm a narc. And she says, yeah, they can smell the hero on you. They're all gonna think you're the hero that fucked up their lives. Just tell them who you are. Like, what are the odds you busted any of them anyway? Robert looks into her soul and she realizes that the odds are actually very good.
There is at least one on this team I very much fucked over.
100%. Robert looks down at Invisigal's burning cigarette and remembers the mall fight with Flambe. The mall was collapsing and Mechaman had Flambe on the ropes, saying, I'm just getting warmed up, which is a very good fire pun.
God damn.
They fight and Mechaman manages to cut 2 of Flambe's fingers off.
Oh, he did that part of it all too? Like, yeah. Don't let Flambe know.
Tonight, in this bar, Flambe is singing a cover of I'm a Bitch, where he's changed the lyrics to be all about Robert. I'm a bitch, my name's Robert. Such a bitch whose name is Robert. I'm a bitch. I'm such a fucking bitch. I have no hopes or dreams, and I have a tiny peen. And it doesn't even function because I have erectile dysfunction. I'm a bitch. My name is Robert.
Like, what was he gonna do with Whitney Houston to insult Robert?
I love it.
Meredith Brooks could never.
Never. Invisigal laughs at Flambe, screaming the word bitch into a microphone over and over again.
He sings for so long.
It's not a short song.
It keeps playing throughout the entire scene.
Robert admits that he's the reason that Flambe's eyebrows are burned off. So you can see why he's worried about being incinerated. Invisigal has a moment of thoughtfulness and says, well, you know, the sooner you come clean, the sooner we get a fresh start. Which is valid.
Yeah, fair.
A random villain calls Robert a bitch, and Robert tells Invisigal, okay, from now on, after work drinks are exclusively at Chili's. I keep getting called a bitch. This villain has tiny human arms, but gigantic mechanical ones, and he's called Armstrong. He asks Robert if he has a death wish, and he throws Robert across the bar. Armstrong picks up Invisigal and squeezes her, saying, we got some people who want to talk to you, Invisi-bitch. More loose villains stand in the bar, locked in on Robert and the Z-team. They all glow with red ring enhancements.
Oh no.
Robert stands from where he was thrown, and someone hits him over the head with a pool cue, and he blacks out. Robert opens his eyes to take in the stars. He sits up, and Malevola has an icy soda for him. She hands it to him kindly. Robert holds the soda to his head, the ice helping the swelling. The whole Z-team are sitting outside of a taco shop, and Waterboy joins the group with 2 trays of burritos, asking if he can expense this. Robert goes to take a sip from the soda, and there's a flashback of tonight's bar fight. Robert attacks Armstrong to get Invisigal free. Prism has taken over the karaoke mic, singing genuinely my favorite Thought Squad song. It's called Hose Depressed, and it's fucking amazing. While she sings, she blinds some of the assholes who try to attack the team. It's truly like the best line. You want it?
Oh, please. This is honestly...
She flashes them. She has some light powers, and one of them goes, she temporarily blinded me. She says, temporarily? Bitch, you're blind forever. It is...
She permanently maimed somebody.
I am guilty of putting this in her Instagram comments in real life, and I love her, and it always gets upvotes. It's fucking
Bitch,
great.
you're blind forever.
Bitch, you're blind forever.
Why would he think it's temporarily? This is a villain bar, dude. There's nothing. Nobody's gonna temporarily hurt anybody here.
Flambe and Malevola start throwing shit and flaming up assholes. Punch-Up accidentally punches Robert right in the dick before apologizing and going to punch other guys in the dick.
Finding out this is why he's called Punch-Up is because he's so small that he punches up at everybody's dicks as his attack. It's fantastic.
It's really his only move is punching people in the dick. Robert gets tossed into a bathroom by a fire-breathing lizard and beats the shit out of him. He limps out of the bathroom to get to Invisigal. Malevola opens up a portal so Gollum can enter the bar and get in on the action.
Why didn't she do that earlier just to let him in the bar?
It would have been too flashy. Now that there's chaos, we can let the kid in the bar. Robert and Invisigal get on either side of Armstrong and simultaneously break both of his human arms.
His tiny little arms.
At the taco shop, Gollum tells them, "Tell me next time you want to start a fight. I wanted another drink." Robert tells them, "Look, you're heroes now. Heroes don't start fights. They finish them." The Z team does appreciate that. Malevola says, "Well, not many heroes finish a fight against the Red Ring." And Punch-Up straight up says, "Okay, look, we know Robert is a front. Who are you really?" Now we've discussed this. I'm a bad liar. If someone asks me something, I will be very direct with them. And I think you and I diverted in this.
We did.
Because I had Robert say, "You're right. Robert is a mask. He's not real. He's the guy who sits behind his desk, biding his time, dreaming of the day he gets back in the fight. I haven't told you who I am because I'm starting to like you all, and I'm not sure you're going to like the real me, but you should get to know the real me. I'm Mechaman." Punch-Up stands up and says, "No fucking way." Prism is shocked, and she goes, "Wait, that's like a real superhero." Flambe stands in front of Robert and says, "You little shit."
Oh,
he
God.
is furious. Flambe goes to fireball Robert, but Gollum stands in front of Robert, taking the heat and shielding his friend.
Hell yeah.
Flambe gives up and goes to fire him again, but this time, Waterboy squirts all over Flambe, extinguishing him.
Fuck yeah, Waterboy.
Everyone laughs at Flambe. He yells, "Fuck you, fuck all of you fucking losers," and he flies off into the night. Malevola calls Flambe a fucking loser. Robert thanks Gollum, and Gollum says, "Hey, thanks for the drink." And now they're best friends.
Hell yeah, though.
Robert says, "All right, I expected to be burnt to a crisp by now, and I didn't plan the next part, so anyone else got something to say?" Invisigal says her name is Courtney. Waterboy introduces himself as Herman, or Herm. Coop is Janelle. Prism is Alice. Gollum is Bruno. Malevola is Malevola because she's a demon and that's just like her real name. But her last name is Gibb. And Punch-Up is Colm. I'm sorry, Calm.
He does pronounce it properly, unlike Red Dead Redemption 2.
Unlike those goddamn O'Driscolls. With everyone revealed, vulnerable, and real, Invisigal asks, "Is it orgy time?" She's so horny. They continue to eat their tacos and burritos as a team, minus Flambe. They get back to gigging and gagging, all together, the Z team united.
It's crazy because Flambe was literally gonna murder Robert there.
He was gonna murk the shit out of his coworker.
Right in front of everybody. He was just gonna fucking kill him.
He tried twice.
Yeah.
It took two of them to take him out.
Oh, but that bar fight is one of the best edited sequences I've ever experienced in a video game. Honestly, that was just phenomenal visual storytelling across the board.
And like, Hose Depressed is my favorite Thought Squad song, so like I am immediately biased, but it's so fucking good. It pulses so well to the beat of the fight. There is a section, so in the section where Robert is in the bathroom, Coop is in the bathroom throwing up her guts. And she's like not involved. If you have Sonar on the team, he is in the bathroom doing lines of cocaine, which is deeply funny to me. Oh my god, it's funny because like Telltale's Batman bar scene is one of my favorite bar fights in media, period. It's one of the greatest fight sequences. And you're not even Batman, you're Bruce Wayne in that sequence. It's so fucking good. And then this team came back and gave me my new favorite bar scene fight of all time.
They have figured out how to do a QTE bar fight scene unlike anybody ever has.
It doesn't suck.
Yeah.
It's so good. Oh, all right, here's how I did. Me and 80% of the players told the team that you were Mechaman.
80%?
Yeah.
I did not tell.
I'm honest. I don't like lying. I'm bad at lying. I don't want to hold things back. I want to just be real with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not big into lying either, but in a video game, it's not me, so I don't care. And also, I was like, yeah, Flambe's gonna kill me if I say, and Flambe tried to kill you.
You weren't wrong. I mean, you're like, in real life, I'm totally against lying, but this is my escape from reality. And I'm like, I am playing as me, the character. Me and 89% of players told Invisigal they had a good time on our date.
Well, yeah.
It'd be very fun if you're like, fuck you.
Oh, that movie sucked.
I hate Sour Patch Kids. I curse you with only greens. Me and 29% of players were unsure if they were going to kill Shroud, which is foreshadowing. Episode 6, Moving Parts. Robert is working on the Mechaman suit. He holds a new astral pulse in his hand, and he thanks the team for coming in. It means a lot that they're here to support him. Prison tells him they're only here to get hard confirmation he's Mechaman for the $936.
Wait, did anybody actually guess that?
Outside the suit in the workshop are the team minus Flambe, Chase, and Royd. Chase is annoyed because he hates everyone and says, "Let me guess, you got into a bar fight? That's what criminals do at bars."
Yeah, we were at a criminal bar.
Yeah. And Robert's like, yeah, there was a bar fight, but it was actually a bunch of red ring assholes who started it, not us. We were just defending ourselves. And Punch Up is like, oh my god, I punched so many dicks. It was crazy. Royd confirms the suit is ready to test. Robert inputs the astral pulse, and the suit gets fired up. Prism looks in and says, "See? That's him. Pay me my money." And she gets her $936.
Hell yeah, Prism.
Somehow she wins the bet. The testing room with Mechaman fills with smoke, and Royd screams to shut it down. Robert starts coughing, and the whole suit starts going haywire. Royd has to run in and tackle Mechaman to get Robert out. But it's too late. The suit explodes with Robert in it. Royd tells everyone to get down as the screen blacks out. Robert wakes up in a hospital bed with an IV drip in his arm and Beef asleep on his stomach. Next to him is Royd, whose arm is in a cast and sling. Chase is in there too. Royd sadly tells Robert, "It's over. I can't recreate the astral pulse. It's too much power in too small a size. I can't make the suit work. I'm not good enough. I bring down the whole team." Robert tells him, all this is a minor setback. I'm not worried. But Royd tells him, I am. Royd goes to leave, and Robert tells him, "You did your best, and I can't ask for anything else. Thank you." He fist bumps Royd as Royd leaves. Chase says, "I heard that big bastard crying in the bathroom. And it's hard to shit when someone's doing that next to you."
You do not want to interrupt that with a fart sound.
Just a little plop.
Right.
Robert asks about the team, and Chase says, they're fine, especially Invisigal, who's good at disappearing. Robert asks Chase why he's so hard on her, and he says he knows Robert likes her, and he has to hate her for the both of them. He tells Robert that some people are black holes. You reach out to help them, and they just suck you in, ready to do whatever the fuck black holes do. I don't know, they fuck you up. Black holes are bad. Robert looks up at the Black Einstein over here and says, "Your new look screams, I know some science shit, so I was with you the whole way." Robert goes to stand, and Chase tells him to take the day off. Robert says, "I'm fine. All I have to do is sit at a desk." Robert buttons his shirt up and leaves the hospital room and heads back to his desk. And to be clear, the hospital is like inside SDM. They have like a medical wing.
They need one, honestly.
They do. It is. They genuinely.
Constantly. Robert's always getting hurt. Despite having a fucking desk job.
He's bleeding a lot for having a desk job.
Yeah.
He carries big baby Beef to his cubicle. Blonde Blazer is at his desk running calls. She sees Robert and she's like, "What are you doing?" And Robert's like, "I'm fine. I got a little exploded. It's cool." He asks about the shift and she says, "It's going good, but the new enhanced villains are making everything really challenging. There's a lot of new Red Ring tech out there." She's glad he's back, and she hands him the headset. As Robert sits, Blonde Blazer says she's sorry about the astral pulse. Robert nods. Blonde Blazer says, hey, look, give us some time. Royd's a little down, but I'm sure we can come up with alternative power solutions. But, oh, hey, I'm looking forward to tonight. She leaves and Robert says, same, but he has no idea what she's talking about or what's going on tonight.
What the fuck's tonight?
Robert looks at a bottle of whiskey that sits on his desk that he doesn't recognize. It has a note from the team saying, for when the meds run out. That
Aw,
is so sweet.
that really is nice.
Robert logs in and sees Flambe is not on the roster. He apparently called out sick, although it appears he's mostly just sick of being around Robert. After the shift, Robert goes down to Royd's workshop to see the remains of the Mechaman suit. Robert goes home, takes his pants off, and starts hitting the bottle the team got him, and he talks to Beef. He tells Beef, I'm considering for the first time a life without Mechaman. It may be nice to spend some time together. I don't want to die in the suit. I think for a long time, maybe I did. Whether it was the suit exploding or me keeling over in it as an old man. Figured my story would always end there, but not so much anymore.
Honestly, after that whole speech about, like, destiny that he gave to Invisigal,
Yeah.
like, I think that, like, really kind of kickstarted something in his own mind of, like, oh no, I actually believed in that too, and I need to reject that.
And I'm gonna be so real. Sometimes when you're on drugs, you find new truths about yourself.
Absolutely.
He is on probably morphine, if not opiates. And,
Yeah.
and you know what he's doing? Adding whiskey to it.
Yeah, not a good idea.
He's fucked up right now, and he's getting introspective. He's alone at home, pantsless with his dog. He's just got to figure some shit out.
Yeah, we've all been there, buddy.
And out loud, he honestly, to my point, he says, this whole thing is fucking me up. And he gives Beef some scratchies. Beef farts loudly, and they giggle together. It's always funny when a dog farts. Like, it's never rude. It's always like, oh, come on.
Right.
Then he hears something coming to the door, and a portal opens. Malevola walks in, and she says, are you decent? And he's fucking not.
No.
Invisigal walks in right behind Malevola, and then comes in Royd. Malevola holds a green chandelier and says, this is a house that could definitely use some warmth. Royd says, I told him that the last time I came, and somehow this place looks worse. Robert stands pantsless. He states clearly for everyone, hi, I'm in my underwear. Malevola asks where Robert wants the chandelier hung, and Invisigal says, I think he's only considered where he wants to hang himself.
We better put in a chandelier so he can.
And again, to be very clear, this apartment is empty, dirty, and so very sad. Invisigal announces that this is a housewarming gift for your housewarming party. I told everyone to bring a lamp.
It's so much light in this apartment.
Malevola goes into Robert's fridge and cracks open a beer. And Robert says, wait, people? More people are coming here to my home? I'm not really in a party mood. I'm concussed and drunk and on drugs.
Yeah.
Invisigal goes to a wall of family photos. The board of Shroud and his dad and all the other creepy shit. She calls the board weird, but she's kind of into it. Robert notices Royd typing on something and asks, wait, did you bring my work computer? Royd tells Robert, we figured it out. The man can be Mecha again. Invisigal says she's seen something before, and Royd confirms they looked at energy readings and cross-referenced it with recent calls. He projects a map of torrents on Robert's empty walls. Robert says, wait, are you saying the astral pulse isn't destroyed? Invisigal says no, a bunch of B-grade villains found it, and they've been trying to unlock its power, and they keep blowing themselves up. Royd projects images of apartment and building explosions, all glowing with the same blue light as the astral pulse. She says after the explosion, they sell it to the next sucker. It's passed hands 4 times. Robert asks if Shroud knows, and Royd says he probably thinks like us, that it was destroyed. But he's a smart fucker, and he's going to figure it out soon. Invisigal says, and that's why we have to find it first. And Robert goes, okay, but we're throwing a party? We're not addressing the fucking chandelier. And the fact that Malevola is just, getting drunk in my living room by herself.
They're yeah, we're not going to handle it right now.
Yeah, we have business right now. Invisigal tells him that the team knows every low-level supervillain in 3 counties. We track its location, they'll know who has it. Then we kick in some doors, kick some heads, and we snatch that shit back, and you'll be pulsing in no time. And, like, honestly, props to her. This is a very good plan.
Yeah, it's a really solid plan.
Robert thanks them profusely, and Invisigal punches him in the stomach. She tells him to get gushy after we find the shit. And Word says it's probably somewhere in Marina Del Rey, and Malevola says, oh my god, that area is full of cokehead assholes. And she's not even talking about villains. That's just what Marina Del Rey is like.
So we'll probably see sonar there.
Then Malevola tries to slap Robert's dick, and he goes to put on some pants.
Sack tap.
She really had like half a beer and is like, I'm gonna grab it.
Yeah. There's no respect for anybody's like privacy in this game at all.
Especially men.
Right.
Malevola grabs another beer, and the friends start to drink. Soon enough, Coop and Punch-Up are there, laughing and cheering. Everyone brought a different lamp.
So many different lamps.
The only gifts anyone brought are lamps. Prism and Malevola giggle with each other. Waterboy spits water out as he gets too drunk for his own good. Gollum brought a salt rock lamp, which I think is very cute because he's rocks.
Right.
Blonde Blazer and Chase show up a little later, and they did bring a couch, the first piece of furniture.
Oh, that's very nice.
It is a shitty futon, but it's something. Blonde Blazer dances while Chase begs her not to make him dance. Everyone starts getting into the mood and they party together. Robert looks on at his apartment, finally full of friends. Invisigal drags him to dance in the middle of his living room. She holds him and puts her hands around his neck and on his chest. Chase looks on, drinking his feelings, not liking how Invisigal and Robert are getting close. Invisigal and Robert look at the map again, seeing they've narrowed in on a warehouse by the docks. Robert wonders why it's always a goddamn warehouse by the docks.
It really is.
Royd shows that the warehouse is heavily armed, and Invisigal offers to go, saying, well, you can't shoot what you can't see, which is valid. Blonde Blazer says, hey, look, this is great, but you can't go. This is way too much. Sit on it for a day, and we can coordinate an attack with downtown. Invisigal wants to go today because if they keep waiting, someone else may grab it. Plus, they have enough firepower in this room to take out a fucking kaiju. They're ready. They can do it. And Robert says, you know what? Invisigal's right. They're ready. We're ready. Let's fucking do this shit. And Blonde Blazer says, hard no, this is not happening.
None of you are on the clock.
Chase backs her up and he's like, look, she said no, we can't do it. Everyone go home. Invisigal tells him to go mall walking or some shit. The heroes are talking. Chase raises his voice, yelling at Invisigal that you are no fucking hero. There are a few small gasps at this outburst, and Blonde Blazer steps in between them. But Chase keeps going. He says, yeah, she named you Invisigal, but you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had that fucking right. Like, he's cussing her out.
He really hates her.
Blonde Blazer puts her hands on Chase and tells him, Chase, you're drunk and you need to stop talking. Chase does not stop talking. He yells at Invisigal. Do you want to get people hurt? Get people killed? Then you go back to the team you belong to. Robert tells everyone to calm down. Prism says, this is crazy! And she starts pulling out her phone and recording. Like, she goes full world star on this for no reason. Chase is screaming at everyone. He is indignant that Invisigal will get people hurt and that she's forcing Robert to put himself out there. He says, you think you're invisible, but I fucking see you. She is sad and angry and tells Chase, you don't know anything about me. He gets in her face and says, I know you're a liar. I know you're a criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? Invisigal goes invisible, and Chase goes, I know you're a fucking coward. Chase is thrown backwards and hits Robert's counter, and the door opens and slams shut. Prism says, holy shit, she sent his ass airborne! How are you not dead? And we're all like, oh my god, how is he not dead?
Yeah, right. His bones are brittle.
Robert checks on Chase, asking if he's okay, but he's quiet. Blonde Blazer puts her arms around Chase and leads him out of the apartment. Before leaving, she turns and says, anyone who utters one fucking word about what happened tonight has to answer to me. Got it? And Prism's like, I recorded something cool.
I wanted to get 1 million views.
There's a knock at the door, and Robert goes to answer it. He starts by addressing Invisigal, but it's Flambe holding a lamp. Flambe looks at him and punches Robert right in the face. And remember, Flambe is very strong. Robert gets laid the fuck out.
Oh, this party did not end well at all.
Not for anyone.
Honestly, Chase is so fucking out of line there.
Cussing her out?
Yeah.
So Flambe lays Robert the fuck out and explains, okay, so I might have to do that once a month to release my hatred for you, but perhaps with some time, you'll be less of a bitch to me. Flambe throws the lamp into the apartment and says, happy housewarming, bitch. Your place fucking sucks. And with that, the party is over.
At least he's not trying to just straight up murder him.
I mean, he might have. He punches him really fucking... He does not pull that punch. Outside in the night, Robert takes the bottles and cans out to the trash. In the alley, Chase is sitting on the curb alone, under a streetlight, hugging his knees. Robert walks to him, seeing his friend sad and drunk and alone. He says, oh, are you on timeout because you were bad? I thought you went home. Chase says, I went back to apologize and I couldn't find your apartment because they all look the same. See that guy on the balcony? I walked into his apartment thinking it was yours. Chase and Robert look up at an angry shirtless dude who screams, fuck you, from his balcony. Robert takes Chase up back to his apartment and they stand out on the balcony with a fresh drink. Chase talks about how he's getting older and how he's too old to fuck now. Probably why he says the word so much.
Oh, that's awful.
I know. He says, ironically, he had a good run. Chase asks Robert, you ever think about why we do what we do? Help people who won't know your name, thank us, or be at your bedside when you get hurt? And Robert tells him, yeah, it's just the right thing to do. The first week, Invisigal was going to leave the team, talking about how her powers meant that she'd always end up as a villain, like it was fated. So obviously I gave her the pep talk that's all bullshit, make your own fate, blah, blah, blah. I don't remember what I said, but I remember thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah, that must have been hard. Like, if I didn't have you or my dad, where would I have ended up? Chase thinks and says, you were always good. That was always in you, and that's what makes us different from a thief like her. And Robert says, you've stolen too. And Chase says, what? You racist motherfucker. I've never stolen a thing in my entire fucking life. And Robert tells him, Chase, you've literally stolen things for me. And Chase says, yeah, but that doesn't count. That was for something else. I guess I hadn't considered some things. But you know what? I think the answers are out there if you just listen to the wind. It's quiet for a moment. Two friends look out into the night, remembering their love for each other and for what they do. How they've sacrificed everything to keep strangers safe because it was simply the right thing to do. And then Chase rips a little ass fart. Robert laughs hard and says, I see why you and Beef get along. Chase goes back inside to play with Beef, and Beef is Chase's good boy. Yes, he is. Robert walks back to the counter and sees his work computer lighting up. There's activity at the warehouse by the docks, and Robert screams, what's going on? What the fuck are you doing? Invisigal answers saying, oh, not much, just looking for your stupid-ass astral pulse, but someone must have dropped a pin in the supervillain group chat because this place is crawling with dipshits. There are supervillains everywhere, tearing apart shipping containers and shooting at each other. It's a complete disaster, but it looks like no one knows where the astral pulse is. Chase holds big baby Beef in his arms while Robert jumps into dispatch action mode. He tells her to get out of there. Invisigal says, look, you're disappointed, I'm disappointed, Chase will have some shit to talk, but I'm here, so let's do this. Robert reports a huge energy reading from the captain's quarters, a massive office in the middle of the warehouse. Invisigal goes to run for the office, but is spotted by a dipshit. The dipshit screams into comms, watch out for Invisibitch, she may know something we don't. Invisigal goes invisible when she can, and runs, and Robert helps remotely by unlocking doors, setting off alarms, and sending construction cranes flying where he can through hacking. Invisigal hits her inhaler and fights off some dipshit villains, which are mostly guys she knows from her Invisibitch days. Robert gets Invisigal into the captain's quarters, but is met with some big, heavy assholes. She holds them off for a bit, but her time is limited. Robert tells her the astral pulse is in the safe, and she explains angrily, I don't know how to open a fucking safe, which makes her for a very bad thief. Come on.
Right? Like, how does she not?
Robert gets to hacking and gets the safe open, and Invisigal finds the astral pulse.
Oh, they were so lucky that safe was connected to the internet.
If it was a fucking manual safe, she'd be fucked.
Right.
She confirms that it looks like a small, glowing blue butt plug. She opens the office doors and finds the two assholes who were on her tail knocked out. She's like, oh, I didn't do that. That is concerning. And she asks Robert what's going on. Robert doesn't know, and he has to work to get access to their security feeds. She cautiously starts leaving the office, exhausted and struggling to breathe. From a dark corner, Shroud appears and throws Invisigal off the staircase. Robert tries to warn her, but it's too late. Shroud throws a smoke bomb out, and Robert talks Invisigal through getting to her inhaler so she doesn't pass out. She crawls to her inhaler, and just as it's in reach, Shroud kicks it away. Robert tells her, he's gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay? She curls into a ball, coughing and then gasping for air.
Ugh.
Robert begs her to get up. Fight, just please, get up. Robert looks down and sees Beef in his lap. He turns his head and sees Chase, ready to run. Chase looks at Robert and says, keep up. Robert's eyes go wide and he screams, no! But Chase has already made up his mind. In the blink of an eye, Chase is gone. The door flings open, and Chase has become Trackstar again, back to being the superhero Robert remembered. Trackstar races through the city, smiling, remembering the feeling of power, of helping, of jumping into action for others. He runs to the warehouse, picks up Invisigal, and safely runs her miles away to a quiet park. He gives her inhaler and breathes deep, out of breath. The race is over, and Chase walks a few feet to look out over the cityscape and passes out, crumbling to the ground. Invisigal sees this and goes to Chase, crawling, and she screams, no, get up, please, Chase! And she cries over him. Robert jolts up with Beef in his hands, grabs his keys, and runs out the door.
Oh my God, that is just... because it's the right thing to do after having that whole fucking conversation with each other and like Chase making that decision like, no, I'm the only one that can fucking save her life. And I hate this bitch. Like,
but
oh
it's the
my
right thing to do.
God. And then I just want to point out too, one of the most amazing things they do in this scene when Chase falls over is they replicate the moment Bill in Kill Bill dies. It's like exactly shot for shot. He takes 5 steps and collapses.
Ugh. You notice that on your first playthrough and you're like, it's the Kill Bill man!
It was so fucking perfect. But it was heartbreaking. Oh my God.
It is devastating. Now here's how I did. Me and 28% of players were ready to send the team in to retrieve the Astral Pulse. I was like, let's fucking do this. Let's party.
28%, that's it?
Yeah. And then me and 61% of players danced with Invisigal.
Oh.
Because I think we were the ones that were Team Invisigal. So
yeah.
At this point when I played this, most players were into Invisigal. And I have something fun. So this has been admitted on camera by Travis Willingham, who, again, plays Phenomenon and is in real life married to Laura Bailey, who plays Invisigal. He is a blonde blazer guy.
Oh, okay.
So he did not get to dance with Invisigal, and Laura Bailey was not happy to hear that. Episode 7, Retrospective. A young Robert says he's too old to be crying, and a tear streams down his cheek. A young Chase tells him, fuck off, no you're not. I cry all the time. When I was your age, I cried for weeks when the Raiders left LA. Here, young Chase is voiced by Elijah Wright, Jeffrey Wright's son.
Wow, really?
I love it so much.
Oh, that's great.
It's 2003, and Robert is crying because his dad is never home and he's lonely. Chase calls him a bitch and asks what he wants from the store. Robert asks for a Swisher. And Chase says, what the fuck do you... What? No, what do you want with a Swisher? And Robert says, isn't that what you and Dad smoke?
Oh my God.
Now Chase is caught off guard, but says, yeah, that's right. We smoke Swishers and just the Swisher. Don't share this with your dad, okay? Chase opens the front door, hits his track star pose, and tells Robert, keep up.
Oh, God.
Chase dashes out, sending leaves and the coat rack flying. And in a flash, Chase is back, and he puts a paper bag in Robert's hands. Robert pulls out a pack of grape swishers. Chase tells him, go to the bathroom, put the fan on, Light it up and inhale that shit.
That's how I used to smoke in my parents' house, was with the fucking bathroom fan on.
I used to just go outside. Why couldn't you just go outside?
I lived in Indiana, and there were times where it was -8.
Ew.
Yeah.
What the sorry, I'm from California, so we could just have weather. It was fine. The good kind, not the bad kind. And then he tells him to take a deep ass breath and enjoy. Chase sips a Slurpee while he hears Robert coughing and screaming, "Why does it burn?" Chase laughs and says, "That's why it's for grown-ups." And then Chase tosses some Twinkies at Robert, saying, "Here, your favorite.
Have a twink.
Have a twink." Robert picks up his Twinks and holds them, knowing Chase knows him better than anyone. It's his first best friend. Blonde Blazer's voice cuts through, saying, "I didn't know you two were close." Today, Chase is in a hospital bed in the SDN medical bay with a full oxygen mask over his face, making sure he can stay alive. Robert sits next to his bed, saying, "He was like a brother to me. I should have appreciated him more." Blonde Blazer leans on the wall in the hospital room and says, "I'm sorry." Robert tells her that Chase only babysat when Dad had something big, like work stuff. It was okay being alone, but I'd still ask for Chase to watch me. Because, I could guilt trip him into buying me shit, and he never said no. I made him run a lot back then.
Oh, God.
Blonde Blazer tells Robert that she wants Invisigal cut from the team. Robert wants to get back to her on that one. Blonde Blazer hands Robert $1 for the vending machine and folds it into Robert's palm. She tells him, "He was so proud of the man you've become. He told me that." Robert squeezes the dollar in his hand tight as Blonde Blazer leaves the room. As the door shuts behind her, Robert breaks. He cries into his hands and then moves one palm to Chase's bed. Robert goes to the vending machine, but his tear-soaked dollar won't be read by the machine. Waterboy shows up to help, and they microwave the dollar.
He's like, I deal with this all the time.
Yeah, he's like, "I know how to deal with wet shit. I got you." Waterboy tells Robert, "I'm just mad." And Robert is too. This sucks. Waterboy says it's not fair. Invisigal was the one who... And Chase shouldn't have, but... do you think he did the right thing? I don't know if he did the right thing. Robert says, "I think Chase knew he was the only one who could save her, and he knew the risks, so I think ultimately it was the right thing." The microwave dollar goes in, but the Twinkies get caught on the coil. Robert is defeated again. Waterboy picks up a chair and throws it into the vending machine, cracking the face wide open. He says, "I'll clean it up," and just walks away. Robert raids the shit out of the vending machine.
As he should.
He fills his arms with Twinkies, beef sticks, and chips. He returns to his desk to address the team. He tells them Invisigal has been suspended, so we're a person down this shift. Chase is in the infirmary, and he's in pretty rough shape. Despite his disposition, he really likes you all. Just don't tell him I told you that. I found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad, and we're fortunate to have that opportunity, something Chase never took for granted. So let's get to work. The team is depressed and dejected, and it's a rainy day in Torrance, and everyone's pretty quiet. There's not a lot of chatter on the comms. No one has anything to say to each other, and they're deeply down bad for Chase. Gollum is shit-faced, and he leaves mid-shift to throw up. He's a fucking mess, and the team has to send a few people out just to get him. The shift is largely just fine. Everyone does their job without much pushback, and, the rain makes for some flooding, but everyone does their job. As much as Chase openly hated all of them, they all really miss him. Robert logs off and looks to see big baby Beef curled up in Chase's chair. As Robert goes down to his car, Gollum throws Punch-Up through a glass conference room door. Punch-Up stands, glass sticking out of his arms, and goes back into the conference room to rejoin the team. Robert enters, curious, and asks, "Hey, who threw Punch-Up through the door?" And Punch-Up says, "No one threw me out the door, Robert." And Robert goes, "Hey man, are you concussed or are you gaslighting me, bud?" And Gollum says, "I kicked him through the door." Punch Up explains, look, it's a difference of opinion. I got heated. I got in his face. He had every right to punt me through the door.
I like the ownership there.
Yeah, Punch Up will always be like down for real for everything. He's like, I'll be 100 with every single thing. I punch a lot of dicks. I deserve to get kicked through a door. It is what it is.
I'm about the size of a football anyway.
It's fine. And Robert just hits his wall. He's like, what the fuck is going on? Malevola explains they all want her out. And Coop says that they voted and it was unanimous. Waterboy agrees that they all want her gone. And Robert asks, okay, who wants her to stay? Gollum says, me, but the team is more important than any one of us, and I won't stand in the way. Flambe is here, and he says he agrees with Gollum, but he also admits that the team is most important. Prism tells Robert, we heard about the suspension, but it's not enough for what she did. I like the bitch, but she has to go. Robert thinks and tells them, look, I don't say this enough, but I'm proud of all of you. How far you've come. A few months ago, you wouldn't have been in a room like this discussing the team's needs, and if you were, there'd be a lot more than one broken door. But look, I'm not cutting Invisigal. We don't kick people when they're down. We lift them up, and I believe of her what I believe of all of you, that her heart is in the right place. It's what took us from being a team to being this weird, fucked up family. You're hurting. I'm hurting. We're all hurting. And now is not the time to cast blame. It's time to come together and heal. Gollum looks softened. The team's morale begins to drop. Beef sniffs the air, and the door swings gently. Robert knows she was there, and she heard. Robert goes to the hallway and calls out for Invisigal. He goes around and he finds her in the locker room changing. She's in a shirt and panties at her locker. She tells Robert, it's fine. You know, the first time we met, I saw you in your underwear. Anyway, listen to your team. They don't want me here. Robert calls her Courtney. He tells her, you went in knowing the risks. What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. He cares about you, and he's not the only one. Don't walk away from this. Don't walk away from us. Don't walk away from me. Please. Invisigal says, they're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness or anyone's help or anyone's love because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've done to you. Robert tells her she doesn't owe anyone anything. She takes her shirt off. Invisigal tells Robert, you know, I was there that night. Her breasts hang over a bunch of shining red enhancements, the mark of the red ring.
Oh, God.
She tells Robert, I never ran with crews, but my asthma was getting worse, and they had an augment that would increase my lung capacity. I'd just have to work for them to pay it off for a few years. She saw Mechaman fighting Toxic the night he went after the Astral Pulse months ago. She was there the last time he was Mechaman. She tells him, Shroud came to me and said the whole debt would be wiped if I could just do one thing for him. Place a bomb on the back of Mechaman undetected. Drop the bomb, wipe away the debt. She's the reason the suit is destroyed. She went invisible, landed on the suit, and looked through a crack in it and saw him. She was face to face with Robert, and he had no idea. Shroud watched on as Invisigal did his dirty work for him. She says after she placed the bomb, she quit. She sat in her car and watched the sky as the suit exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. Her lung augments conveniently stopped working after that. The next day, she signed up for the Phoenix program. Robert says, I forgive you. So there, will you fucking chill out now? You did villain shit when you were a villain. Does that change things? No. You're not the same person you were that night, and neither was I. She says, yeah, that's sweet, but I feel numb. Robert tells her to stop making this feel like goodbye. You're suspended. It's temporary. I'm not letting anyone cut you. She tells him she just wants him to look at her the same way he looks at Blazer. He tells her, I don't know what you mean by that. And she looks him in the eyes and says, yeah, you do. She goes invisible and turns to leave Robert alone in the locker room. He stands there and then is pushed against the lockers. Invisigal becomes visible again and kisses him hard. Robert holds her head and kisses her back. As he goes to touch her waist, she goes invisible and disappears for real.
Ugh.
Robert walks Beef outside the SDN building, and Beef takes a shit. Robert goes to clean it, and then they return to the SDN hospital room. Robert puts Beef on Chase's bed, telling him not to stay up too late. Robert takes a car service and gets a text from Blonde Blazer saying the news wants a statement on what happened at the warehouse. Robert tells Blonde Blazer for the story to focus on Trackstar, to tell the world how much of a hero he is. It's the least they can do. Blonde Blazer says she feels the same way, and she hopes Robert is doing okay. Robert watches the rain roll through the car window. That night at the Villain Bar, the bartender and a lone guy with a beard are talking shit about the warehouse incident. That anyone stupid enough to run into a trap that obvious deserves to die.
Oh, God, do not say that with Robert there.
Robert smashes a glass in his hand, and blood pours between his fingers.
Oh.
The bartender apologizes for distracting Robert. Robert tells him and the bearded guy to shut the fuck up. The bartender asks Robert if he has a problem, and the beard guy offers to buy Robert a new drink. The news on the TV behind the bartender is a news report of Blonde Blazer discussing the incident. The bartender tells him, "Nah, this one's on me." He pours Robert a beer and a few shots, taking one himself, giving one to Robert, and sliding one down to the bearded guy. Blonde Blazer tells the news that Trackstar is a hero and was always ready to help others. The bearded guy says, "Oh, Trackstar? That guy sucks.
Oh.
I'm fast and now I'm old. Get fucked." The bartender toasts to the tightest ass in all of LA County as he looks up at Blonde Blazer. He asks if he can motorboat an ass or if it would just blow air in the butthole. What are the logistics?
It's a good question, honestly.
Robert takes his freshly poured beer and smashes it into the bartender's nose.
Mm-hmm.
The bearded guy hops over the bar and offers to replace that drink. The bartender stares up at Robert, and Robert looks down at him. The bearded guy pulls out a handgun and shoots the bartender through the head.
Whoa, that escalated.
So fast! Robert is splashed with blood. The bearded guy taps the bartender's body with his shoe and tells Robert, "I respect Blazer. That's a real fucking superhero." The bearded guy turns to show he has a red ring enhancement placed in his head.
Oh, no.
He tells Robert, "I know we're in a villain bar, but have some fucking class, you know?" The bar is quiet, and Robert turns to see the entire bar is silent and glowing red with red ring enhancements.
Oh, God damn it.
The bearded guy faces Robert across the bar and asks, "Can you take care of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction." But he's not talking to Robert. Behind Robert, Sonar rolls his sleeves up and says, "Oh, I've been waiting for this."
God damn it.
He knocks Robert the fuck out. Robert hears Shroud say, "You, your dad, Chase, your little team of turncoats, you think you can beat the bad by being good, but there's no solving human nature. You can't stop evil. All you can do is control it." Robert's vision comes to, and he sees Shroud's face and Sonar punching the shit out of him. Sonar says, "This isn't working." And Shroud is disappointed and says, "I thought you wanted revenge." Shroud goes to Robert and shows him something, saying, "This was your father's gun. He kept it in his locker, fully loaded, 6 shots. He couldn't have predicted I'd use it to kill him."
Oh, my God.
The first bullet grazed his shoulder. The second, his chest. The third, his heart. He was lying on the floor when I sent the 4th through his face. Bit of a waste to put the 5th through that idiot's skull, but I wanted to make sure it worked after all those years. Shroud opens the chamber to reveal his father's last bullet is still loaded. Shroud clicks it into place. Robert is hanging upside down in the middle of the bar, bloodied and bruised. The red ring surrounds him. Shroud says, "Your father was the last person to touch this bullet, and now there's a 16.5% chance it touches you next." He spins the chamber and places the gun to Robert's head. Shroud says, "Your invisible girlfriend stole my astral pulse to give it to you. Where the fuck is it, Mechaman?" Robert spits in Shroud's face. Shroud clicks the gun and it doesn't fire. Shroud says, and this is why I hate luck. It runs out. He spins the chamber again and puts the gun back to Robert's face. Robert asks him, if I had it, why would I let you string me up like a fucking piñata? She didn't get the pulse. Shroud lowers the gun and says, do you actually believe that? A red ring asshole projects a video feed showing Invisigal leaving the office with the astral pulse.
Oh, what the fuck?
She held it in her hand. She had it. Shroud says, she's playing you. I thought she was working with you, but she's fucking us both. She didn't take it for you. She took it for herself. Robert watches the feed. Shroud holds Robert's head and says, it's okay. She fooled me too. Suddenly, the door of the bar flies in and Blonde Blazer appears in the doorway. She walks in slowly, knowing every set of eyes are on her.
Mm.
She walks straight to Shroud and he offers her a drink. She declines and he asks, so to what do I owe the pleasure? Blonde Blazer says, I'm here for him. In 5 minutes, this bar will be surrounded by SDN agents, superheroes, and everyone you've pissed off, including every gang in Los Angeles. Sonar blows a fart sound and says, bullshit. Shroud pistol whips Sonar, saying, do not disrespect one of the last true heroes. Sonar is mortified and sulks back into a corner.
Like, he literally put a bullet through somebody for doing the same damn thing.
Yeah, he's like, we do not talk shit on Blonde Blazer.
Yeah.
Blonde Blazer looks around and says, I can see I'm outnumbered, and that eventually I will fall. But by my read, I'm taking a lot of you with me. Her eyes glow and she floats, saying, all of you can leave now, or half of you can die here.
Oh, God.
Gosh, she's so fucking cool.
Fearless.
The Red Ring assholes look around at each other, terrified. Shroud claps and says, now that's a fucking superhero.
Damn right.
Chills, top notch. You made them nervous. Okay, we're out of here. Before leaving, he tells her, now's not our time, Blazer, but it's coming sooner than you think. Blonde Blazer stands her ground, watching as Shroud leaves. Once the bar is clear, she pulls Robert down, and he asks how she found him. She says, I tracked your phone, I'm sorry.
Had Life 365 installed and just
I have Find My Friends, babe.
Yeah.
He says, I'll never forgive you. Which is just so cute. Robert is destroyed, but she holds him and says, don't worry, I've got you.
Mm.
And I'm like, can you be maternal with me, please? Yeah. Oh my God, I feel safe.
I've never liked Blonde Blazer more.
Blonde Blazer flies Robert back to their billboard and asks, are you sure he's right about Invisigal? And Robert says, yeah, I saw the footage. Blonde Blazer doesn't understand why Invisigal took the astral pulse. Robert holds his pained body and tells Blonde Blazer, what matters is I trust her. They lean back, Robert bleeding through his shirt and exhausted. He tells her, when the pain's constant, it's easier to get used to. That goes for physical and emotional. Ugh, buddy.
God damn. And like, again, he has a desk job. This guy has gotten the shit kicked out of him every day of his job.
Truly. They talk about the Hollywood sign, but are distracted as a bunch of cars explode near them. Blonde Blazer floats up to see explosions going off all across Hollywood. Red Ring assholes are executing a coordinated attack on the city. Blonde Blazer is horrified at her city on fire, but looks down and Robert tells her, hey! He stands up and reaches up for her, saying, you are not leaving me here again.
I am so injured, I can't get down this time.
One of his eyes is completely swollen shut, but he can see when he's needed. She smiles, grabs his hand, and they fly off. They have work to do. Oh, that one's heavy.
That one is a hard one. Honestly, like, so I don't watch Critical Role at all.
Yeah.
I'm not big into like watching people play D&D.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Matt Mercer does plenty of villain work in his like character work on that show.
And he plays Shroud here.
Yes, he's playing Shroud here. And like, I have genuinely only seen him as a hero in video games. Like, we had him in Titanfall 2 as Jack in that game. And then he plays
Cassidy
and Overwatch. So, like, I really only know him for his hero work.
Yeah.
Holy shit, his villain work is amazing.
He is chilling as a
like,
villain.
Damn, he is just eating it up, and it is fantastic work on his part.
Now, I do want to remind you that the full cast was settled at about the halfway mark, and Matt Mercer and Critical Role kind of officially came in towards the back half of production. Now, there is a mild rumor. This is gossip, but I will throw it out here just in case it's true.
Yeah.
But I'm going to throw it out here as a rumor. So in the thank yous of this game, there is a thank you to Troy Baker.
Like, why?
He allegedly may have helped with some of the voice lines here. There is a rumor that he may have been Shroud and then got replaced.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the lines feel very Troy Baker. Like,
and he does not officially show up in this game at all.
No.
He's not like a side character, he's not an additional voice, but he does get a thank you. He's obviously worked a lot with Laura Bailey and frankly everyone else.
Yeah.
Like, but that's just a rumor, but if it's true, how fucking cool would it be if we broke the story?
Yeah, right?
Yeah. But that's kind of floating around as to like, why did he get a thank you?
Yeah.
Why does Shroud have no speaking lines until episode 7?
Right? Why not until the very, very, very kind of end of the game?
Yeah. So there's that. Anyway, here's how I did. Me and 68% of players refused to cut Invisigal because that's my girlfriend.
Damn right.
Me and 73% of players forgave my girlfriend Invisigal. Me and 79% of players kissed my girlfriend Invisigal. And then me and 10% of pothead-ass players picked the Swishers.
I did not.
It's between, like, beer, Twinkies, and Swishers. And I was like, I'm gonna do Swishers.
Right.
Let's fucking go. Now we are entering the last episode, episode 8, Synergy.
Let's fucking go.
You doing all right? Looking a little stretch first?
I'm doing well.
Let's get it.
We need a dispatcher on our team, right?
Yeah. The SDN offices are lit up and slammed. The Red Ring attacks have completely sent everyone into a tizzy. Robert has his shirt back on and is handed a coffee from the big orange cat mascot suit wearing team member. The coffee has a shot of whiskey in it. Robert winces, then the warmth of the whiskey and coffee settle. Blonde Blazer is trying to hold it together, but the fact is that they're getting overrun in these streets. She has to go out into the field and help. Robert tells her, just promise that you'll come back, okay? She promises and flies out. Robert looks at Chase's empty chair, and then Royd steps into Chase's cubicle. Royd says, hey, look, my typing isn't the best, but you look like you could use the help. Robert fist bumps him and says, we can use whatever you can give. The only heroes online right now are Punch-Up, Prism, and Gollum. It's late, and Gollum warns Robert that he takes gummies to fall asleep, so he might be a little... He just forgets to finish the sentence.
He's high as fuck.
Robert tells them everyone else is trickling in. We just need to hold it down until the cavalry arrives. Gollum agrees, but says, just so you know, I don't know if I'm making memories right now. I love that line so much.
I don't know if I'm making memories is so good.
Robert looks at the screen, and it's dripping in disaster. He addresses the obvious with half his team, saying, all right, half the team is missing. LA is on fire. The Red Ring is oozing out of every crack in the city. And Gollum is like, damn, that's a lot of things. And Robert agrees. Yeah, man, it is a lot of things, but it's nothing we can't handle. I need you guys to focus. Shit's only gonna get worse if you don't. Okay, you with me? And only Gollum answers, and he's like, I guess?
He's like, it's gravy, baby.
Look, it's a hard start. With 3 heroes and an insane amount of calls and crime, we're getting stretched really thin. Slowly, the team starts showing up. Like, Flambe gets caught up, and I send Gollum to rescue him, and then he can get back in the fight. Malevola apologizes for being late and shows up with, like, really low morale. Coop gets kidnapped at one point, and Malevola has to go free her. Like, it's a fucking disaster.
It's a nightmare of a night.
Eventually, Invisigal shows up and tells everyone she fucked up real bad, but asks it to be put aside so they can save the city. Waterboy shows up, and he looks like shit. The city crime board lights up again with calls, and Robert stands to catch his breath. He sees Phenomenon standing sadly and watching the live newsfeed of the city in the corner of the office. He calls out, Phenomenon, what's your fucking name? You got a minute? Come here.
It is a mouthful of a name.
Phenomenon. Do.
Right.
Phenomenon is eating a melon basket. They're everywhere. He tells Robert he unfortunately signed up for a monthly melon package to save 10% on his purchase. And then he says, 11 months remain.
Oh.
Robert has several broken bones and cannot deal with the melancholy Melon Man right now. And he's like, yeah, that's great. You like saving. How about you help save the fucking city? Phenomenon turns to Robert and says, that does sound better than saving 10% of $822.
Jesus Christ, man.
Robert palms his head and says, holy shit, that's a lot of money. Look, it doesn't matter. Get in the hero pool. Robert throws the melon basket in the trash and runs to his desk. Phenomenon flies out into the night, and Robert handles this wave of calls with a full roster.
Like, honestly, and this is another reason why it was better to get Waterboy at the beginning than it was to get Phenomenon, because Phenomenon comes in fully powered.
Yeah, his stats are completely stacked.
But, like, if the other way around, where if you'd picked Phenomenon earlier, Waterboy does join here, and he's weak as shit.
He has no stats.
No stats at all. So it was better to get Waterboy early and then beef him up, and then you get Phenomenon, who's already beefed up.
And, like, with Phenomenon, if you pick him earlier, he gets so depressed he goes on fewer missions than other people.
Yeah.
So while he is OP, he kind of sucks. Like, you can't use him as much.
And if he fails a mission, he gets more depressed.
And goes in fewer calls.
Yeah.
I think it is the better choice to do Waterboy as well.
100%.
And like, because we're in a lot of fires right now, he's extremely helpful if he's beefed up here. Because guess what? He pukes water.
Right.
The natural enemy of fire. So Robert and the team get to work, and then Robert gets an alert. LA County is so overrun, his territory is expanding. Now there's more ground to cover.
We're leaving Torrance.
An explosion occurs on the map, and Sonar shows up on the team comms. He asks if anyone missed him.
Oh, God.
He tells the team, I'm off the diet plan. Shroud lets me eat whatever I want, and whoever I want. Blonde Blazer tells him, that is not a flex. Blonde Blazer tells the team to take Sonar down. Without Sonar, the Red Ring will scramble. Robert has to allocate heroes to go after Sonar in shifts, while the others manage the messy mania of the municipality. It's hard with everyone spread so thin. Roy sees the chaos and leans over the cubicle wall, telling Robert that this is exactly what the Red Ring wants, for everyone to be overwhelmed and spread thin. And then this clicks for Robert. He tells the team, look, this isn't working. No more coming back to base between calls. We stay out for as long as we can. This is what Shroud does. He knows our procedure, so he's predicting our moves. We need to switch it up and be less predictable. Be careful out there. The team pivots to this more dangerous method, and just when they seem exhausted and defeated, Blonde Blazer steps in, the most OP as fuck hero. She tells the team, I got you, and joins the lineup.
Honestly, it's about goddamn time.
And Prism and I are so excited. She's like, oh my god, Blonde Blazer's here! And I was like, yes! Like, I just want to hang out with Prism. She's so fucking cool. Now, Blonde Blazer is a major help in this part of the city. The team's morale is low, but Blonde Blazer's stats are so high, they keep pushing it through and getting things done. Invisigal asks Robert to wipe her hard drive if she dies during this. Which, okay, girl. After 5 rounds of superheroes attacking him, Sonar goes down for good. As he goes quiet, Robert's computer clicks off, and then he sees his reflection in the glossy monitor. This is alarming, and then the power goes out, and an emergency signal goes off saying, emergency systems are down. Please evacuate the building. This is not a drill.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Royd says, this is not good. Beef goes running, and Robert realizes Beef is running for chase. Royd and Robert run down the hall. Royd runs into his workshop, and Robert runs into Chase's hospital room, following Beef. Robert stands over Chase, seeing that his life support is still glowing and keeping him alive. Thankfully, that never went down. Beef reaches for Chase, and Robert puts Beef right on Chase's chest, telling Beef to take care of him. Robert runs back to Royd's workshop and sees Royd wrestling with nothing. Royd yells, I trusted you, Invisigal. I defended you. Invisigal makes herself visible and kicks at Royd, telling him, I didn't do anything. Royd tells Robert that she was trying to steal the suit. He trusted her, but she played us all.
Oh, that shithead.
Royd zip ties Invisigal's arm to a pipe and pulls the astral pulse off of her. Robert hasn't seen this in so long, and he says, oh shit, is this real? Robert holds it. Royd says, she was stealing the suit, and Invisigal says, that's not what happened. You don't know what's coming. Royd tells Robert, she brought them here. He pulls up the security cameras, and the red ring has descended on SDN headquarters.
Oh, god damn it.
Royd goes to his desk, and the cameras show Sonar is leading the charge. Royd goes to help, and Robert tells Royd to get the suit. Invisigal says, they have jammers. We won't be able to call for help. Robert tells her, you sure know a lot about the plan for someone who's not involved.
Right?
She tells him, look, they tried to recruit me, but I said no. Royd calls bullshit and tells Robert to watch her while he gets the power back on. He tells Robert he moved the suit to the rec room and gives him a taser, just in case. Unfortunately, it's all he's got. Royd tells Robert to keep her tied up. Robert watches the security cameras as Royd races through the dark hallways. Once they're alone, Invisigal tells Robert to untie her. Robert says, you didn't lie to me, but you didn't tell me the truth. Invisigal says, a pile of red ring assholes are streaming into the building right now. Robert asks why she didn't give him the astral pulse, and she says if she did, Shroud would be after him. Robert tells her he still came after it. Look around you. It still happened. Invisigal demands to be untied because these assholes are killers, and you need my help. Please, Robert, untie me. Robert goes to untie her, but all of Royd's toolboxes are locked, so he can't. He finds a pair of scissors and hands them to Invisigal and heads out alone. It's the least he could do,
right.
Literally. The Red Ring assholes start going through the building, guns drawn. Robert sneaks around in the dark with his taser and watches as one asshole named Thumbstick runs to the bathroom. He can't get in the bathroom, though, because they're key code locked, so Thumbstick starts peeing into a plant.
Like, in the middle of a raid, you have to use the bathroom is hilarious.
You gotta go before you leave, dude! Robert goes to tase him while he pees, and is spooked when a bullet flies by him. It's Invisigal, who found a gun and shot Thumbstick in the back. She walks forward with her gun and makes sure Thumbstick is down. His dick is still out from peeing, and Robert doesn't understand why his balls are out, too. He says, like, why crinkle cut your balls through the zipper just to pee? And I'm like, I don't understand this. What's happening?
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Invisigal asks Robert to put his dick away because it seems like the dignified thing to do.
Of all things in the middle of all of this.
And it's a dirty dick he's peeing.
Right.
Like, there's bacteria on it. And Robert says, I'm sorry, dignified for who? And then is like, you know what? Absolutely not. I'm not touching his weird, dirty dick. Invisigal's like, fine. And she puts his dick away and then wipes her hands on Robert's shirt. They look back at the cams and see a bunch of assholes beating on Royd. Invisigal tells Robert to get his suit and she disappears. Robert may not have powers, but he is an incredibly well-trained fighter. He goes to the rec room and finds his suit. He powers it up and finally places the real astral pulse back where it belongs.
Let's fucking go.
There was a prototype astral pulse in there that he takes out and puts in the cup holder. Thanks, Royd. He truly never stopped trying. Royd is fighting waves and waves of assholes, all well-trained and all well-armed. 6 motherfuckers roll up on him and are blasted into the dirt. Through the smoke of the explosion, Mechaman appears in front of Royd. He tells Royd that he really outdid himself with the suit. Another wave of assholes come, this time with Toxic, that guy with the weird green dick, and Armstrong, the guy whose arms are both in matching casts, because fuck you.
His tiny little arms.
Yeah. Royd and Mechaman stand back to back. Toxic demands the astral pulse, and Armstrong demands to break all of their arms. All of them. He won't leave until all their arms are broken. And Toxic tells Armstrong to calm down because he's making it really weird with all the arm shit. Mechaman tells him flatly, you want it? Come and get it. Toxic calls him a dork, and then they all look up to see a massive shadow sweeping the sky over all of SDN. The world is under the whim of a glowing red mech. The center is a circle, a round eyeball with a red center iris. The eyeball has several tentacle arms with clampers at the end. There's 2 5-fingered hands on shorter arms coming from the center. The whole spider is massive, easily 4 or 5 times bigger than the Mechaman suit.
Damn.
This is the Mecha Spider, piloted by Shroud in the center.
Oh, man. Gigantic fucking spider.
Like Wild Wild West.
Right.
Shroud tells Mechaman, your dad said he'd help me build a mech if I helped him create the astral pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on. Mechaman asks, I'm sorry, is this what this is all about? You needed to power your stupid spider shit? And Shroud says, no, I'm going to use the pulse to change the world. Mechaman tells Shroud that planning is going to be hard to pull off after I kill you. And Shroud says the last part with him, after I kill you. Royd looks up in shock at Mechaman. Mechaman locks in on Shroud. Shroud is swallowed into the eye of the mecha spider, and the big boss battle begins. The mecha spider flies Mechaman into the sky and drops him. Royd handles the lower level Red Ring assholes. Mechaman stays airborne to keep the fight away from SDN and drops bombs all over the mecha spider. The mecha spider flies up at Mechaman and they tackle each other into the parking lot. The mecha spider pulls Mechaman out of the ground and goes to attack him, but stops as Blonde Blazer shows up. He fucking loves Blonde Blazer. He catches her, plucking her out of the sky with one of his tentacle mecha spider legs. He tells her he thought she'd be here 30 seconds ago. Shroud squeezes Blonde Blazer's neck, and it shatters like glass, revealing it was an illusion from Prism of Blonde Blazer!
Oh, damn!
Fuck, Prism's cool! The real Blonde Blazer comes down hard on the mecha spider. In the courtyard, Gollum and Coop have entered the arena, helping Royd get free, followed by Prism and Flambe. The rest of the Z-team trickle in after them.
About damn time.
Shroud tells them all, doesn't matter if I'm fighting one or all of you, the outcome is the same. The Z-team works together with Mechaman to fight the Red Ring assholes and defend SDN. Punch Up punches dicks. Waterboy gets people wet. Malevola and Prism go back-to-back fighting Red Ring assholes as best friends. Blonde Blazer gets thrown into the air and is caught by Phenomeman, who has to make sure that's appropriate given that they've been broken up. Invisigal shows up to beat someone attacking Malevola. Shroud focuses on Mechaman. Toxic goes to Mechaman and says, you know, they never finished their dance. And Mechaman tells him, actually, I have the right guy for you. Punch Up stands in front of Mechaman, walking straight up to Toxic.
Oh god, with his dick exposed.
Yep, Toxic's big green dick swings when he talks, and he seems proud of this. Toxic looks down at Punch Up and asks, is this little fucking Lucky Charms a match for me? And Mechaman tells Toxic, oh, he's got a special move.
Just for you, buddy.
Punch Up loads up his fist like Henry fucking Cavill in the 2018 alleged movie Mission Impossible Fallout and gets ready to put that toxic dick in the dirt. I don't know if it's a real movie. I've never seen it. Mechaman flies off while Punch Up begins to sterilize Toxic. Phenomeman and Blonde Blazer fly around the mecha spider, hitting it and destroying him where they can, but Shroud is able to anticipate their fight moves and deflects a lot of hits. Blonde Blazer tells Mechaman, this isn't working. Shroud knows our next move before we do. Sonar comes out and smashes Mechaman into the basement of SDN, sending them both into the dark. Sonar taunts Mechaman for firing him. He says Coop was stealing toilet paper from the office. She should have been cut from the team.
Oh my god.
Mechaman tells Sonar, hey look, it wasn't personal. Blonde Blazer says, Sonar, we're your friends. Help us and earn your post back on the team. Upstairs, the team is tired, but still fighting with everything they have. Sonar says, no, I don't think I will. If you don't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Oh my god, this is not a fucking, like, MySpace quote, for fuck's sake. Oh, this piece of shit.
He says, you know, it's too bad because these augments Shroud hooked me up with are pretty sweet. You want to see him? Blonde Blazer and Mechaman both say, no, we fucking don't. But Sonar fights them anyway. He's in full-on bat monster form and probably on, like, a lot of cocaine because he's flying around like he's fucking zooted. It's dark in the basement, which is, again, a benefit to Sonar, but Blonde Blazer and Mechaman manage to beat the shit out of him. Sonar falls to his knees and it's calm. Then, the Mecha Spider drops in and drags Mechaman out of the basement to continue their fight. Mechaman reveals a sword, and he swings for Shroud's Mecha Spider. I probably would have opened with the sword, but that's just my fight style.
You know, he's discovering what is available in the new mech suit, to be fair.
Yeah.
As he's fighting.
Yeah. The Z-Team work together, playing off of each other's powers and abilities and blind spots to take the Red Ring assholes down so they can focus on Shroud and helping Mechaman. Mecha Spider gets the jump on Blonde Blazer, and lasers push her into a building, putting her down for the count. Mechaman attacks violently, swinging his sword. The Z-Team come in where they can, but Shroud has a counter for all of them. One by one, they get thrown by Mecha Spider and tossed aside as Shroud hones in on destroying the Mechaman suit and taking back the Astral Pulse. Shroud has Mechaman on the ropes and goes to laser him and take the Astral Pulse back. There's a moment while the Mecha Spider narrows in on Mechaman when he stops. A massive force smashes through the Mecha Spider. The spider has fallen. Robert can't believe it. He looks through his HUD at a man floating above the wreckage. Chase says, "Did Shroud get a new suit? What the fuck? How long was I out?"
Oh, welcome back, Chase.
There, hanging in the sky, flying, is Chase. He's thin and still looks old, but in this light, he's shiny and new. His hair, mustache, and thick eyebrows are platinum blonde, and he's wearing pointy red tinted glasses. He wears a yellow and black suit with a red gem in the center of his chest. He's powerful, he's breathing, he's strong, and he's most importantly, more alive than ever. From the rubble, a white girl with brown hair and leggings comes out of the building. While this is a new person to us, this is not a fresh face. It's Blonde Blazer with a serious glow down. She reveals to Mechaman, "You're not the only one born without powers. My powers came from that amulet." The necklace she's worn the whole time she was Blonde Blazer is sitting in the middle of Chase's suit. Chase shows off, flying around Mechaman. Mechaman says, "Oh shit, look at you!" And Chase says, "Oh shit, look at me!" Oh, look out. The Mecha Spider has dusted itself off and climbed up the spout again. It focuses its effort on Mechaman, who's surrounded by the Z-Team. Shroud said, "Blazer always did have a weakness for losers." And Punch-Up tells him just straight, "Fuck off." The Z-Team deploy a coordinated attack on the Mecha Spider. Prism confuses him. Punch-Up knocks him down. Flambe creates a tornado of fire with Coop to trap him, and Malevola attacks him. Waterboy is just happy to be there. Roy jumps in to hit Mecha Spider with his own disembodied spider claw. Blonde Blazer drives her car into Mecha Spider while Invisigal jumps on the suit and cracks the windshield. She flips him off before jumping off. They throw the itsy shitsy spider into the air, and Mechaman sends a super bomb attack on the Mecha Spider. Mechaman lands, and it's quiet. The Z-Team on the ground look up at the burning spider suit that's landed on the roof of the SDN building. Phenomenon breaks the tension, announcing, "We fucked him in the face."
I don't think Phenomenon has cursed yet.
No, I don't think he really gets he doesn't get it.
He doesn't understand how to curse either.
Yeah.
I love when people that don't know how to curse try to use it. It's fantastic.
I told someone when I was a child to bitch off once, and my friends did not let me live it down until, we were 19?
Ever?
Yeah, ever. The newly powered up Chase flies around saying, "That's it! Let's go again! Anyone want to go again?" Invisigal tells Chase he looks good. He looks like a French soccer player that's going through something.
Oh my god, now is not the time.
It kind of is. Like, they gig and they gag, and then Chase turns and yells, "Stop!" Shroud has exited the Mecha Spider suit and is standing on the roof, and he is holding beef.
Nope, that's it. Kill him. Just fucking end his life.
Kill him. Robert says no, and Shroud looks down and says, "I'm sorry, is that Trackstar?" That's a surprise. Chase lowers himself to the ground and says, "Please, Elliot, put him down." They have a history. They were all on the Brave Brigade together.
Yeah.
Shroud holds beef over the edge of the building and says, "Who, this fat fuck?"
Oh, that's it. Nope, you are. Oh,
You fat-shamed beef?
You will not survive the night, motherfucker.
We have been calling our cat this fat fuck.
Yeah.
The delivery on this line is genuinely so fucking good.
He eats the line, but still.
It sucks to hear, but it's very good. The team panics, screaming for baby beef. Shroud giggles and asks, "Why is everyone so tense?" "Don't worry, I'm not gonna drop him because Track Blondie here will just swoop in and catch him. So yeah, no, if I'm killing this dog, I'm gonna be sure he dies."
Jesus Christ, nah.
Robert tells him, Just know this, if you hurt him, you will die. Shroud laughs while Beef trembles in his arms. Shroud says, you, and only you, fly up here and give me my fucking astral pulse. Oh, and if the rest of you could surrender, that would be helpful. The Red Ring assholes have reemerged and backed the SDN team into a tight circle. They are surrounded. Mechaman pauses in the suit and then flies up to Shroud. Shroud tells him, come on out. Don't be shy. Robert pulls the astral pulse from the suit and looks at the prototype sitting in the cup holder. And then Robert exits the suit. Shroud says, I knew this little sloppy guy would be your weakness. I knew you'd fall for, okay, I'm sorry, what was her name? Invisigal? That she'd steal your heart just like she steals everything else? Yeah, she works for us.
Oh.
2 paychecks for the same job. Invisigal goes invisible. Shroud tells Robert not to fuck around right now. Robert tells Shroud he wants a fair trade at the same time. Shroud agrees to this terms, saying, give me my pulse, and no harm will come to your stupid dog. Robert drops both the real and the prototype astral pulses into Shroud's hand and takes Beef in his arms. Now, I don't think you did this one either. Like, you have the choice of giving him the fake one.
Yep.
You can give him the real one. I gave him both.
Yeah, I fucked this one up.
You fucked this one up?
Yeah.
Shroud asks, hey, what the fuck is this? And Robert says, you wanted the astral pulse. One of those is it. Shroud says they look fucking identical. And Robert tells him, make your own fucking decisions. Which is just very funny that this is a game all about making decisions and the main character's like, figure it out!
I also love that Shroud's like whole thing is statistics.
Yeah.
Like he's constantly quoting statistics at people, and literally Robert's giving him a 50-50 chance of fucking it up or succeeding. And like, you know what? Go for it. It's a literal coin flip.
And Shroud kind of crumbles. He's like, wait, no, fuck, I need more information.
Yeah, a coin flip is actually detrimental to somebody like him.
Yeah. Shroud looks at both and throws one aside. He takes his helmet off, revealing the bearded face we saw at the bar one more time. He looks exhausted. He tells Robert, fuck you, and removes the red ring enhancement from the side of his head. He plugs in one of the astral pulses. And then he screams. His body explodes with power, and Robert shields Beef. The pulse flickers red, and his eyes turn deep, and his body fires up with electricity. Shroud floats, and then comes back down, and he says, wow, that was worth the wait. All the Red Ring assholes feel their enhancements glow and flicker with electricity. All the Red Ring assholes' enhancements, they're all connected. Shroud's astral pulse enhancement has now superpowered every single Red Ring enhancement in the world. Shroud tells them, you feel that, you fucking fucks? I fucking told you, clowns. You feel the power? I see it now. I can see it all. It's all there. Every permutation, Shroud's voice stops. And then he throws up. The Red Ring assholes look up at him, throwing his guts up. The Z-Team watch Shroud throw everything up, just like truly down to the bile. This is so embarrassing for him. Robert says, just a hunch? I think you guessed wrong. The Red Ring assholes, all tied together with their Red Ring enhancements to their leader Shroud, their mothership, all start throwing up.
Just puking so much vomit.
Just barfing. It's the funniest fucking thing in the world. Chase, floating in the air, says, oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. And it is. Shroud calls Robert a son of a bitch, and he pulls his gun, Robert's father's gun, and fires the last bullet. Robert lowers Beef to get him out of the way. The bullet hits blood before it hits Robert and lands on his chest, not piercing his skin. Robert is stunned for a moment, and then sees Invisigal on the ground bleeding.
Oh.
Robert jumps on Shroud, punching the shit out of him. With that cue, the Z-Team down on the ground start beating the shit out of the Red Ring assholes one more time.
All of them covered in puke.
Yeah, now that they're all nauseous and dehydrated, they're like, oh, fuck you. Chase wanted to get in on the action again. He got his fucking wish. Robert punches Shroud. The man who took his father from him until Shroud's face is unrecognizable. Shroud struggles for air, and all he can muster out as he looks up at Robert is the word, please. Robert looks down at Shroud and wraps his hands around his neck, squeezing as hard as he can. He pushes his body weight into Shroud's air pipes, cracking the bones around his knuckles as the bones at the top of his spine splinter. Robert doesn't blink once, not missing a moment of the last time Shroud abused the privilege of having a pulse. Robert turns to see Beef sniffing Invisigal. He lifts her to her feet. The sun begins to rise, and Robert holds Invisigal, and she leans in to kiss him. He leans to meet her lips, and she falls because she just got shot through the body,
Right?
and she is unfucking well. A little bit later in the early morning, the fire department has arrived, and the cops start rounding up the Red Ring assholes. Waterboy is actually hugely helpful here, putting out all the fires. Like, Waterboy seems so useless, and then you're like, this is one of the best superheroes, and the firefighters should have recruited him to begin with. Like,
right? Like, that was the team he should have been on, to be real, but really happy he was on ours.
Put him on arson, babe. He's got this. Invisigal is laid up, and she asks, why am I on the stretcher when Robert is the one who looks like hammered shit? She's annoyed because the bullet went straight through, and it didn't even hit anything vital. Like, she's fine.
It was a flesh wound.
Yeah. Robert walks her out to the ambulance, and his whole team is there, clapping. Prism sets off fireworks in her honor. Invisigal says, what is with you weirdos? And the Z team looks at her, chanting in her honor, not a bitch, not a bitch. Blonde Blazer is now just a brown-haired lady named Mandy, and she checks in on Invisigal. She squeezes Invisigal's hand and says, I hope for the fact that I've always rooted for you makes up for me doubting you. There's always a home for you here, Courtney. Robert walks her stretcher into the ambulance. She tells him, it was a good night. Go celebrate with your team. Oh, shit, wait, come here. You have something on your face. Robert touches his cheek and asks, is it blood? I'm a bleeder. She reaches up to smudge it off and pulls his face into hers and kisses him hard.
Aww.
It's a good move.
It is.
The team cheers, and Flambe demands Robert lock her down because this will never happen again. Robert tells the EMTs to take care of her. Robert holds the astral pulse, the real one, in his hands. Flambe walks by and says, oh my god, she took a bullet for you, Robert. Something I would never do.
I'd probably be firing it, to be real.
He's like, I still fucking hate you, dude. Chase gives an interview to a reporter who asks about how Shroud was killed, not by a superhero, but by an SDN dispatcher. Like, that's fucking crazy. And Chase says, I cannot confirm or disconfirm the evidence, but all I can say is that bitch Shroud got what he deserved. Oh, wait, shit, can I not cuss? From behind, Prism screams, murder! Chase points the camera over to the team, telling the world that the Z team are the best motherfucking heroes SDN has ever had. The reporter panics, saying they can't bleep the curses live, so they get the camera off of Chase, and they wrap up the interview really quickly. Robert tells Royd he should be a hero. Royd tells Robert, it's not my vibe, but it was a fun scrap for sure. Good job, Mechaman.
Like, the fact that Royd is, like, so fucking strong and he's never bothered to use it to be a hero. He's like, nah, I like to build shit.
I'm a mechanic. They fist bump because they are best friends. The cops take Sonar out in handcuffs, and Malevola stops them, saying, whoa, stop, he's with us. He's a founding member of the Z team, and you have the wrong Batman.
Oh, there it is.
Mandy asks, what do you think? Do you think Sonar deserves a pardon? Robert thinks about the core concept of the Phoenix program and says, yeah, why the fuck not? He tells the cops Sonar is with them, and Sonar gets uncuffed and rejoins the Z team.
I did the same thing, but I don't agree with it.
From a portal, Malevola produces a case of beer. We will not ask where the beer came from. She probably stole it.
Right.
The Z team cheers, all together again. Sonar raises his beer to Robert, grateful. Mandy chugs one on her car and gives the beer to Robert. Robert's like, where's all this extra beer coming from? And And Mandy is like, oh, I'm sorry, the rec room, we have a ton of beer. I'm surprised it hasn't been an issue yet. And like, I've worked in a beer-friendly office. Truly is just a matter of time before it is a massive issue.
Yeah.
Mandy says, oh my god, I'm already drunk like a normie. I've had half a beer and I'm feeling it. She's such a dork about being like, oh, I don't have powers.
Right. She's like, oh man, my tolerance has gotten way down.
Poor baby. They look up and see Chase flying around holding Beef, proudly showing big baby Beef Boy the view from the sky. Mandy says giving Chase the amulet is not a permanent solution, but it's pretty good for now. Then Mandy asks Robert how it felt to kill Shroud, and Robert says, honestly, it felt fucking great.
Right?
And she's like really happy for him. They talk about Invisigal taking a bullet for him and how that kiss was an HR issue, but Mandy just kind of teases Robert about suspending him for it and is like, hey, but we're at work. Can you not kiss people?
Right.
She just wants to bust his balls, though. All Mandy asks of Robert in the end is to make Invisigal happy because God knows she's fucking miserable. They lean back and look up at the morning sky lighting up with the sunrise. The Z team start chanting, Robert sucks! Robert sucks! Chase lands and puts Beef in Mandy's hands and picks up Robert. Chase tells Robert, let's see if I can make you throw up. He flies with Robert in his arms, and Robert looks incredibly nauseous to his point, but he holds it down pretty well. Chase flies around really fast and genuinely is like, I'm gonna make you fucking barf. Chase drops Robert, and the Z team catch him, throwing him up and down, saying, Super Bowl, which, like, is a trademarked thing when you're talking about the big game, so I don't know how they got away with this. They take some team pictures while they throw Robert in the air, and then, kind of accidentally, but if you're Flambe, 100% drop him on purpose. Robert calls this move incredibly painful. There is a beautiful end credits sequence of drawn-up art of each character and their performer credit, showing off the personality of each character. It shows the team partying together, pranking, dancing, getting into some shit, being who they truly are as friends, as heroes, and as the Dream Z team. Here's how I did. Me and 61% of players gave Shroud both astral pulses. Me and only 30% of players killed Shroud.
Really?
Me and 55% of players fell for Invisigal. Me and 63% of players made Invisigal put Thumbtack's dick away. Me and 100% of players are frothing at the mouth for Season 2.
Goddamn right we are.
Ad Hoc and Aaron Paul have shown interest in picking up Dispatch for another season, but Ad Hoc is contractually obligated to jam out a Critical Role game first.
Right.
But due to the sales, the sentiment, everything, it does look like we'll be seeing Mechaman and Beef again in the future. And that is how I played Dispatch.
Brah-fucking-vo. It might not be the way you at home played Dispatch, but it's hard to argue that that was an excellent run of Dispatch.
It's not even how you played it.
It's not.
I had a great time.
And I did too. And I played it like both ways. Like, honestly, I was saying like, aesthetically, I do like brunettes more than blondes. Turns out that Blonde Blazer was a brunette, really, anyway. And, like, if you do romance her, she does reveal herself to be Mandy much earlier. And I really like Mandy.
I watched your playthrough where you romanced Mandy instead of Invisigal, and I liked it better.
Yeah.
Like, she starts messier in the beginning, but Invisigal ends so messy in the end.
Oh my god, right?
But like the ending with when you romance Mandy is actually feels stronger and sweeter.
Yeah. No, I really like Mandy. Like, I don't like Blonde Blazer, like, as a romantic person, but I do like Mandy a lot.
I get that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get it. I can understand why everybody has their own choices, and I like that they give you those choices.
Yeah, fully. And the other thing is, if you romance Blonde Blazer, she talks about the amulet and she shows you what she looks like. And she's like, this is where all my power comes from. So you do get that seeded hint that maybe this could help Chase.
Yeah, fully.
And I was just so taken aback because I had no idea. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Is he from like Anaheim? What's happening?
Yeah. No, I mean, any way you play it is fantastic. I mean, I made it so that way fucking Invisigal becomes Invisibitch again and like goes full-blown evil. I did it where we don't forgive the person that turns on you, whether it be Sonar or Coop.
Yeah.
And like to be like, nah, fuck that bitch.
Go to jail.
Yeah.
You deserve jail.
Well, if you enjoyed that, we want to hear all about how you played the game, so come on to our Discord and tell us all about it.
Fight me.
If you want to, you can go to our website, theothercastlepodcast.com.
That's theothercastlepodcast.com.
Make sure you like and subscribe to our show, because this is episode 1 of season 12. We've got 9 more to go, and you're not gonna want to miss this season.
Ooh, do you have any hints? You gave us a hint. Someone
did
looks like
give a hint.
Malevola in an upcoming game.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just go ahead and say it's next week. It's Baldur's Gate 3, everybody.
Holy
so
shit.
you thought this episode was long.
R.I.P. Our throats. This is
Yeah.
also not the only game I'm doing that takes place in Los Angeles.
That's right. Yeah, we've got all sorts of amazing stuff coming at you, so be sure to subscribe. Also, we've got our Patreon, where there's going to be monthly episodes still running this season. We've got a video episode, we've got an audio episode, we do DLCs, histories, movie commentaries, all sorts of general jib-jab. Kind of sounds a little bit like this.
I am that mean bitch in waiting.
In waiting?
Yeah.
Super mean, then you walk out like, hi everyone.
Hey everyone, how are you doing tonight? Oh my gosh, it's your birthday.
I wasn't going to shell out $80 for cardboard. Sorry if you did.
Wait, well, it was only 70 to get the pack with the piano.
Oh, right.
I'm named after an earthquake, so
Yeah.
like that's how my tempo was set, but I haven't really had any really shitty Andreas. It's something we would say to each other to make fun of something.
I know,
A real American
right?
thing for America and baseball.
The only reason we're able to do that is because of patrons like these. We've got Aaron, Amber, Clinton,
Daniel, Leah, James,
Ryan, Jake, Ellen,
Krisha, Molly, Trenton, Chase, or are you Trackstar Chase?
X of Triforce, Luigi, So Thanatoasted, Oliver,
JCC, Aegon the Conqueror,
Nimitz, Caroline,
Rondell, Daniel, Julio.
and As the Cat. Thank you all so much. You keep our show ad-free.
We love you.
If you want to see the rest of our patrons, you can see them in the show notes below.
We love you. If you want to see us live, if you're listening to this pretty soon after it comes out, we will be at Level Up Expo in Las Vegas. We have a panel on Sunday evening at
45?
5:30
30? Around then.
in the evening.
Please come check it out, because it would be wonderful to see all of you. Also, Matt Mercer's going to be there.
Should I confront him?
I kind of want to ask him about the whole Troy Baker situation.
No, you can't. If we get the scoop, we're going to drop an emergency episode.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be us screaming, I knew it!
Fucking told you all.
It's funny because, like, the entire Critical Role cast is going to be there for Critical Role. They're all in Dispatch.
Yeah.
Like, literally all of them. I know you mentioned Ashley Johnson. Like, oh, I didn't know she was in this. In the very first Dispatch one where you have the play heroes before you get into your real lineup, she's one of those.
Yeah.
Like, they'll at least have, like, a couple lines. So, like, the family's there. None of them are supposed to be there for Dispatch, but the entire Dispatch cast minus Aaron Paul is there. So let me have it. We are going to be wearing TOC shirts. So if you see someone rocking some of the other Castle merch, there's a good chance it's us.
It's probably us.
It's probably us.
So come by, say hi, and until then, this is Tom and Andrea reminding you.
That fat fuck. I fucking love beef.
And don't skip the cutscenes.
Or you're a bitch like Robert.
Bye.
I'm a bitch. My name's Robert. Such a bitch whose name is Robert. I'm a bitch. Yeah, I'm a bitch. I'm such a fucking bitch. I have no hopes. I have no dreams. And a tiny little thing. And it doesn't even function anyway. Because every record is function. Exact will take me as I am.